of Palestinian prisoners and detainees released. Israeli forces would also pull back into a buffer zone inside Gaza, and Palestinians would be able to return home. And also that area would see a surge in humanitarian aid. Negotiations on the far more difficult second phase of this ceasefire should begin in just over 2 weeks. And of course, a lot of questions remain, including whether the war would resume after the 6 weeks first phase and how the rest of the nearly 100 hostages in Gaza would be free. We did want to let you know that we are expecting to hear from the Israeli government as they plan to hold a briefing at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. We will be bringing that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox, and coming up at 9 prisoners released by Israel as part of the ceasefire deal returning to the West Bank, and you're taking a look at Ofer Prison right there in the West Bank, all part of this ongoing ceasefire deal. Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund?
Looking to get absolutely jacked?
No, just looking for clean protein.
Clean?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mark. As we're seeing the Israeli Prime Minister's office, let me just read to you what they said. It's a very short announcement. The Prime Minister's office this morning, they said, pursuant to the framework for the release of the hostages, the ceasefire of the first stage in Gaza will take effect at 11:15 local time, and it is now 11:15. Remember, this is something which was supposed to happen at 8:30 this morning, and we found out in the hour or so before that there were issues with Hamas actually providing that list of hostages. We know that a lot of work went on behind the scenes to actually get the names of those first 3 women to be released into Israeli hands. And in fact, now that has happened. It happened, we were told, about 30 minutes or so ago. And this move to a ceasefire has happened very quickly. So I just want to show you as well live pictures that we've been watching all morning here on BBC News of the situation in Gaza. And if you've been with us, you will have seen repeatedly on those live pictures the sight of plumes of smoke, the sight of continuing Israeli airstrikes there in Gaza. In fact, this morning, the Civil Defense in Gaza, they gave a figure at about 9:30 local time, whereby they said that 25 people had been wounded and 8 people had...
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on YouTube today. A lot has been happening, and we're going to go over that. What I want to do is just state that this live stream's on January 19th. There will be a recording replayed on all the different channels. Please subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube: Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So 7 channels. Please subscribe to all of them. It's really important. In addition, when I do live streams, I usually do them on YouTube and Rumble and on my website. I'll be streaming live on my website today and on YouTube today, and I will open up the X spaces for call-ins. So that's how we have this more interactive. So please help support my work by subscribing to all the channels. 4 channels on YouTube: Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Also, take a look at my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you go to broadcast radio to get the recorded audio podcasts and the live streams when I do live streaming. So let's drop into Al Jazeera here and take a look at what's live right now.
Feel better, faster with Sambucol Day and Night Relief Capsules that work just as hard at night so you get a restful sleep. With powerful immune support for day and night relief, take control with Sambucol.
The eastern areas of Gaza, and from areas such as Rafah too, they started to return back to the houses and to check on what has been left for them. We have been told by civilians, and we have even took a close look on the ground how the destruction was left behind the Israeli withdrawal was. It was very pervasive. In every single corner, whenever you turn your side, you can only find devastation and destructions. Families have been showing different scenes and display of resilience, saying that they will rebuild the houses again and they will dismantle the tents that are living inside at the moment and build them on the remnants and the wreckage of their destroyed houses. But there has been also a very cautious, growing sense of skepticism regarding this fragile ceasefire, given the fact that Israeli drones have been hovering since the early hours of this morning till now, and we can hear the hum of these drones obviously at the moment, where it could be a sign of further potential violations that could take place at any moment, where civilians are trying to take their ultimate precautions, even during this temporary pause of violence that had been seen on the ground earlier.
Talking to us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza, there's Tariq aboard Zoom. Tariq, thank you very much. Well, in Amman, because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from operating inside Israel. So we're getting some movement, as I understand it, with regards to the 3 captives that are being held by Hamas. I understand that the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, are to collect them, and of course that's going to happen alongside the release of Palestinian prisoners. Talk to us through the mechanism, the process that's going to go on over the next few hours, Hamdan.
That's right. Reports and video are showing the Red Cross vehicles making their way in Gaza to meet with Hamas, who will hand over the 3 captives. They will then be handed off to Israeli forces. There are 3 different points in which the exchanges could happen. There will then be some sort of identity verification for those being released from Gaza, as well as a transport immediately to a medical facility in Tel Aviv. Now, when it comes to the Palestinian prisoners, Israeli forces have said that they are gearing up for the release of 90 prisoners today. They have released that list. Among them are 68 women and 22 children, many of which will be returning to the occupied West Bank, and the rest in occupied East Jerusalem. It's worth mentioning that the prison services has released a statement in the last 24 hours saying that they're trying to crack down on expressions of Palestinian joy once these prisoners are released, and putting measures and other sort of mechanisms in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. But if you recall what we saw back in November of 2023, there were celebrations both in the occupied West Bank and more muted ones in occupied East Jerusalem because of the heavy presence of Israeli police. So we can expect that heavy presence across Jerusalem when those Palestinians are released from Israeli jails.
And thank you very much, Hamdan Sarhout in Amman there. Going to bring in our diplomatic editor, James Bass, is standing by in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, president-elect, is due to take office in about 27 hours' time, something like that. He was absolutely determined that this deal had to be done prior to him taking office. He said there was going to be hell to pay if it didn't happen. There are lots of questions, aren't there, James, about what the Trump administration's intentions are after this deal is done.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to watch this very, very closely. Right now, we know what President Trump is saying on this day because he's put out a short message, posted a short message on his Truth Social platform saying hostages starting to come out today. 3 wonderful young women will be the first. We may well hear more from President Trump later in the day, or President-elect Trump, as he still is for the next 27 hours. He's visiting Arlington National Cemetery, where he'll visit the tomb of the unknown soldier. But then later on, there will be a rally, one of those Trump rallies taking place less than a kilometre away from where I am, at an arena. And when President Trump speaks, he normally speaks about everything. So I expect you will get comments from him. No comments coming so far from the administration that still is technically in power. We have had things that have been tweeted to the social media account of US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, but only talking about what they say is his achievements, saying that he visited 86 countries in 4 years, and no formal statement at this stage on the latest developments coming out of the White House. I think the big question...
Just to remind the audience that's watching the live stream and listening on X Spaces, I have the live stream going on YouTube, the live stream going on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and I have X Spaces opened up for call-ins as we go through the day covering the news. The big event will be the hostage exchange with this ceasefire. It's most likely going to be a temporary ceasefire. I don't think it's going to last for very long, but let's see what happens.
Noting that I think after you've had a period of sustained calm, there'll be many people in this country, many people, the majority of people around the world, who would be absolutely appalled if the conflict started again. And I think President Trump will be attuned to that sort of public opinion.
That's our diplomatic editor James Bays talking to us from Washington, D.C. Let's return to northern Gaza, with thousands of people displaced by Israeli attacks are returning to what's left of their homes. Mothal Khalut has been speaking to them.
Today is the first day of the ceasefire, and the Israeli army withdrew from Jabalia and other parts in the northern Gaza Strip. Residents and people who were forced to move from northern Gaza Strip to the Gaza City now are returning to their homes. As you can clearly see behind me, and allow me to step away. So people started to return to their homes.
I spent the last 3 months displaced in Al Shati district. Thank Allah for the truce, and I'm now going to see how my house is. Hopefully I will find a few walls to live behind. I used to live in this building with my family and my uncle's families. It was a 5-floor building. The building used to host around 50 people, including my father, myself, and our families. As you can see, the house, the whole thing was reduced to rubble. 50 people of my family will live in the streets. Schools have also been destroyed. There is no life at all in the
Taking a look at some law enforcement right there. The camera zoom.
This is our house and all of our neighborhoods, all of it destroyed. Even the mosque was targeted and destroyed. It is even difficult to set up a tent here.
Okay, I'm going to go to live now to take a look at how they're covering this incident. But before I do that, please help support my work and get the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let me just plug something really quick here before we switch to live now. I have structural nano silver gels. They're multi-purpose products. I have it in 2 types. I have it in the tube form or in the dispenser form. You use it the same way. You can apply it on a wound. It'll help heal a cut, an abrasion, a minor burn quicker. You can use it as skincare. You can put it on your skin, and what will happen is that your skin will be clearer and tighter. A great way to use this product as a skincare would be to put it on your skin at night, and then in the morning exfoliate, and that way you're providing more rejuvenation of your skin. I have a whole skincare box, beginners and advanced, on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's called Anti-Aging Skincare or Skin Health Box, beginners and advanced. So take a look at that if that's what you want. And because we're in the cold season, it's really important to have this product around, because what it'll do is it'll create a barrier, but it'll also neutralize pathogens. And the way you use it is you put it on your hands, put it around your mouth, your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll stay active for 5.5 hours. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a couple tubes for your household, or a couple of the quick dispenser, carry it around in your backpack or your bag, have it at work, be ready when you need it, all right? A lot of people have been sick in dense areas like New York, so please pay attention. People are getting sick, and it just behooves you to be prepared. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gels that I have, and have it ready at your house or at your place of work, and use it in the dual purposes that it's meant for. And lastly, structural nanosilver toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. All right, it has no fluoride, and this toothpaste is made from structural nanosilver, so it's going to neutralize pathogens. It's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, maintain a good gum line, help with the health of your gum line, and by having good oral hygiene, you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. A lot of people don't realize bad oral hygiene increases your chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. So please go to my store, get the best toothpaste that you can buy. The-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Click the link, go to the store, get the toothpaste, get a few tubes for your household. Again, this is the best toothpaste that you can buy, all right? And it has no fluoride. Fluoride makes you stupid, all right? I've been saying that for years. All right, let's go to live now. What's going on?
Defense forces shared in their social media post just moments ago saying that these helicopters are prepared for the process of receiving the hostages from Gaza. Meanwhile, this is another live look right here of where that helicopter landed. And you can see a large number of Israeli authorities standing by with their vehicles. You can see at least a dozen, if not more, authorities standing by. So it does appear, perhaps, that they are preparing to receive these hostages from Gaza. It is unknown as to whether the hostages themselves are inside the helicopter itself. But we do know that according to Israel Defense Forces, the helicopters are prepared for the process of receiving the hostages from Gaza. We are continuing to monitor this live video feed from Gaza, from the Middle East right here. And of course, we will share any additional information as we do receive it. It does appear as though at least one of these vehicles, two of these vehicles now on the move. It's a little unclear as to exactly what is happening. We do know that the Israeli government is going to be holding an additional briefing sometime today. We brought you the very first one just about an hour or so ago as they were discussing the very first phase. So the first phase is that 3 female hostages are going to be received by Israel, Hamas releasing those hostages. And the other part of the deal is this is a live look right here of Ofer prison as Palestinian prisoners are going to be released in the West Bank as part of the deal. So we have 2 different images. This one from Ofer prison in the West Bank as Palestinian prisoners are set to be released. And this live look right here as it does appear as though IDF helicopters are preparing for the process of receiving the hostages from Gaza. We're going to continue to follow this. We have another different vantage point right here of that helicopter, and I did want to share that with you. This is from another video source, and you can see that the helicopter has now landed. Its blades still whirring in the air, and so we're going to continue to follow this. We don't see any movement from anyone inside the helicopter, so we are standing by waiting for any sort of development, and of course we are going to bring that to you, breaking into whatever programming we are airing to share the release of these 3 female hostages that we are expecting. In the meantime, I did want to continue to follow the very latest on this ceasefire deal as we continue to follow this breaking news right here. And for that, we're going to turn to our Fox 5 on the Hill team as they continue to discuss the very latest. Let's listen in.
Welcome back to Fox 5 on the Hill Live this Sunday morning. It has been 15 months now since Hamas attacked the southern Israel region, sparking one of the deadliest wars in that region. Today, a ceasefire is underway this Sunday morning. 3 women hostages are set to be returned. Flor Hassan Nahum is a Israeli Foreign Ministry Special Envoy and co-founder of the UAE-Israel Council. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I see right now on our screen. It is completed and fixed. We're going to say good morning to Flor Hassan Nahum, joining us live from Jerusalem this morning. Flor, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Well, thank you for being with us. What has been the reaction in Israel this morning as the ceasefire now is underway?
It's very tense right now here in Jerusalem and in Israel in general. You know, our hearts are so happy that these women are coming home. Our heads are very concerned of what this could mean, releasing terrorists, brutal terrorists who've killed so many people. But it's important, it is our moral obligation not to leave any man or woman behind, and that's exactly what Israel is doing. Very painful deal, but a deal that we had no choice but to make.
So how is Gaza going to be governed now, moving forward?
That's a great question. And unfortunately, what people are very upset about is that after 15 months of fighting, Hamas are still on their feet. Ironically, you know, Hezbollah, we managed to get rid of a very good part of their military leadership, and yet Hamas somehow, they're so entrenched into the population that they still have a few battalions waiting to take over. And so this is going to be a very long-term struggle to ensure that they are not ruling for the sake of the people of Gaza as well as for the sake of Israelis. They pose an existential threat. They are celebrating and saying that they're going to commit the massacre of October 7th again and again. And so this is something Israel can no longer live with.
So, Flor, is your sense of the people you've talked to that peace is an obtainable goal here after what we've seen over the last 15 months?
Peace is a very big word, really big word. What we always try to do is manage the conflicts we couldn't resolve. And with that conflict management, we thought we had it under control. October the 7th showed us that it was not under control, that you can't buy off a jihadi extremist ideology, and that the only way that the region can move forward is for these jihadists not to be controlling the people of Gaza and the territory of Gaza. And in the end, that will only happen once we dismantle their infrastructure, which also means dismantling their funding coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so a goal for the entire free world should be the regime change in Iran to allow the people of Iran to have the leadership they deserve.
Flora, you may be familiar with the fact that we're going to have some change here tomorrow. What effect do you think Donald Trump's presidency is going to have on all of this?
Well, I think he's already had a huge change. Honestly, I don't think this deal would have gone through if Witkoff hadn't come over here and made it, encourage the Israeli government to strike the deal, even though it was a bad deal for us. It's the hope that American deal would have happened without the Trump administration, and let's see what happens when President Trump is actually in office.
Flor Hassan Nahum joining us live from Jerusalem this morning. Flor, thanks for dealing with the choppy waters on our bandwidth this morning. We do.
All right, I'm going to go to Al Jazeera right after this plug on the products I have on my store. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. A great way to do it is to help support your health. These are products that I use on a daily basis to improve my health and wellness, longevity, and slow down the aging process and boost up my immune system. So one great product that I have that you should get for your household are the structural nano silver soaps that I offer on my store. So please get a few bars of the soaps that I have. I currently have in stock the charcoal tea tree. In a short while I'll have the other variants on my store. But go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soap charcoal tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. It's a very high quality product. Another very high quality product that's dual purpose is the deodorants. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've developed these deodorant bars. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, in tea tree, and citrus. These are dual purpose. You use them as a deodorant for males and females, but also it will slowly help to detoxify your body because of the ingredients that are in the bars. Again, these are made from essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality. No aluminum, no baking soda, very high quality deodorants. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, Get the citrus or the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Get a couple bars for your households for males and females. It's a dual purpose product. It's going to be the best deodorant bar that you can get, because a lot of people don't realize that most deodorant bars out there have a lot of chemicals, and these chemicals that are in some of these products that you use on a daily basis from your grocery store or from your drugstore have a tendency to be endocrine disruption. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the products that I use, help improve your health, and move forward with improving your immune system and your longevity. And lastly, I take Max 35 daily, all right? I take a teaspoon a day, I swish it in my mouth, I gargle it 20 seconds or so, 30 seconds, and then swallow. They'll neutralize pathogens, improve your oral hygiene, maintain a good mucosal barrier for your epithelial lining in your oral cavity, in your oral pharynx. And by doing that, you're boosting up your immune system. All right, so I take this, again, every day, teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, let's say it's the cold season or the allergy season or whatever, and you're just kind of under the weather, take a tablespoon or two a day. Just swish it in your mouth, gargle, and then swallow. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. Let's go to Al Jazeera and see what they have to say here.
Country's history. Hundreds of thousands of people have demonstrated continuously since the war began, demanding Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government to bring them home. Some former captives have accused Netanyahu of prolonging the war for his own political survival.
Hamas made it clear that they are interested in an overall deal to end the fighting. So why is Israel insisting on half solutions? I know exactly what the hostages are going through. I saw it. I experienced it.
The scale of the captives crisis since the attack led by Hamas on October 7th of 2023 is unprecedented in Israeli history. 251 people, including foreign nationals, were taken to Gaza. Israel's leaders said its invasion of the Strip would destroy Hamas and free all captives. After more than a year, Hamas, although militarily weakened, hasn't been fully dismantled. A sticking point for Netanyahu, who says he reserves the right to restart the war at any time.
Both President Trump and President Biden gave full backing to Israel's right to return to fighting if Israel reaches the conclusion that negotiations of the second stage are fruitless.
The largest group of captives left Gaza in November of 2023 as part of a truce deal. Around 100 were freed in exchange for 240 Palestinian detainees released by Israel. But hope and celebration soon faded as Israel intensified its bombing across Gaza, leaving the fate of the remaining captives uncertain. Hamas says 33 have died, most of them in the same Israeli attacks and strikes that have killed more than 46,000 Palestinians. Israel's government disputes those claims. Critics have also questioned the tactics used by Israel. In June, Israel's military celebrated the recovery of 4 captives in a daytime raid on central Gaza as a success. That attack on the Nusrat refugee camp resulted in a massacre of 274 Palestinians killed, 64 of them children. The rollout of the new ceasefire will be watched with cautious optimism by both Israelis and Palestinians. All aspects of the deal must go as planned. Very little can afford to go wrong. As Israeli families await their loved ones, questions surrounding why their government missed so many opportunities to free them may never arrive. Imran Al-Khan, Al Jazeera.
Yossi Belan is a former Israeli justice minister who initiated the Oslo peace process in the early 1990s, and he's joining us live from Tel Aviv. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. There's a lot of concern that Israel will focus on its primary goal, which is, as always stated, which is to get the Israeli captives back. And as soon as that is achieved, it will either lose interest in the deal, the ceasefire deal, or it will start to reactivate its military actions. What's your assessment of where Israel will go going forward with this?
Well, first of all, the plan includes the release of people from both sides, the hostages and the perpetrators. So, in that situation, it is in the interest of both sides to get to the end of the implementation of this agreement. Nevertheless, on the Israeli side, you have the pressure of the extreme right. Part of it already left the government, and other is threatening to leave the government if it doesn't return to Gaza and continues the war. So Netanyahu may be under this pressure. On the other hand, he will be under the American pressure not to end the ceasefire and to go further to permanent arrangements or a permanent ceasefire. On the Palestinian side, on the Hamas side, there is the fear that if they end the agreement, they will not be needed anymore because they will release all the prisoners, all the hostages, so that Israel will feel free to somehow eliminate them or whatever. So again, there should be pressure in order to prevent such a situation, because the ceasefire is eventually very important for both peoples. And the main question for me now is not necessarily the implementation of the immediate steps, because I believe that even if there are some difficulties, eventually this phase will end successfully. The question is, what about the morning after? If we don't begin to plan it now, both on the Palestinian side and the Israeli side, we may find ourselves in a very deep crisis.
When you say the morning after, that's interesting. Tell me how you see that. Tell me what you think the main concerns are.
Well, I believe that the morning after should be a kind of an Arab trusteeship on the Gaza Strip, and something which will be not far from being a permanent one, an interim Palestinian Arab trusteeship with the PLO as part of it, while Israel is out of Gaza. Countries are helping both in boots on the ground, and I know from them that they are not dismissing this option if there are negotiations about the permanent agreement, the peace process based on a two-state solution. That, in my view, will be the ideal solution.
We've heard that there is a control center being set up in Cairo, for example, that is going to involve Qatar and Egypt and the US, the three main elements, the three main mediators of this ceasefire deal. I want to draw on your experience in terms of having set up the Oslo Accords. The main consideration one would have thought would be to try to avoid a return to violence, an immediate, if you like, knee-jerk return to violence in the event that either side is perceived to have been breaking their side of the agreement. Is there a way of using that mechanism as a pressure valve, if you like, to be able to take concerns and considerations to that, as opposed to immediately launching back into violence?
Exactly, this is what I feel. I can compare it not to the Oslo process, because in Oslo there was much more a kind of a alignment of the willings. I mean, on both sides, we wanted to have an agreement, we wanted to have peace, and even if we did not say it publicly, both of us believed that the two-state solution was the only solution. Here it is something different, which reminds me much more the Grapes of Wrath of 96. Namely, between Israel and indirectly with Hezbollah, while the third party, United States and France and others, were there in Cyprus, and the two parties, when they had complaints about each other, actually got to Cyprus to complain about the other. They would come immediately. I think that there was an agreement about 24 hours and not more than that. So they would come to the area, try to understand what are the problems, and to tell the parties who should be blamed for a breach of the agreement. I cannot say that it worked 100%, but it created a kind of a delay in the reaction, in the retaliation, which was very important in order to lower the flames.
We really appreciate you giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Yossi Bilin, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, the ceasefire has caused mixed emotions, from celebrations and hope for a permanent end to the war to mourning for the nearly
I'm going to go to
47,000
BBC to see how they're
people
covering
killed.
it.
Among the dead were more than 200 journalists and media workers.
Before I do that, for the ones that don't know, I have X Spaces up for a call-in, or you can just listen in through X Spaces, so please do that. The X channel is in the description of this video. You can also watch the live stream on YouTube and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So one of the products that I have on my store that I take daily is the vitamin C and magnesium. This helps to boost up your immune system. Really important to take daily. Drink it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well, you know what? Take a double dose of it and drink it with filtered water. Really important to get the vitamin C and the magnesium in your body to boost up your immune system. I also have structural nanosilver lozenges in the elderberry zinc lozenges. Get a couple bags, a few bags for your household. Really important. Lozenges and the drops that I have work really well during the cold season and the allergy season. You want to neutralize the irritant, create a barrier for your mucosal lining, improve the mucosal lining, improve the epithelial cells that are lining your oral cavity and your oropharynx, and by doing that, you're reducing the chances of further problems with the irritant, either during the cold season or during the allergy season. So it'll neutralize and help with the barrier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. I also have manuka honey lozenges. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C, the lozenges, and the drops. Be prepared for the cold season and the allergy seasons. Really important. During the allergy season, you know, if you get a reaction, many people know this, that you create these histamines, the mast cells start to have a histamine release, and you start to have problems, runny noses, irritation with the throat, start having, some people get some sort of asthmatic response to irritants, so you want to mitigate that, right? So if you have an irritant during the allergy season or during the cold season, and you need to neutralize it, take the drops and the lozenges that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, so let's go to BBC, see what's going there.
Played a big part as well. But of course what happens here has an impact around the wider Middle East region, and of course it reverberates around the world as well. And a little earlier, my colleague Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent, spoke to Sigrid Kaag, who is the UN's special coordinator for the Middle East peace process.
I think it's a very fluid and fragile situation. We also know that people have been more than desperate for so many months. Chaos has to be factored in, but we have tried with Qatar, with the US, with Egypt, and in very effective cooperation with the Israelis to try to find ways in which to channel that. There are agreements with the civilian police, so we are hopeful that the risk of chaos can be as mitigated as possible. But one should expect joy, despair, people out in the streets. It will not be easy, but we have prepared to the extent this is humanly possible.
You mentioned the civilian police. They are the police of Hamas. They'll be wearing the blue uniforms. Hamas, of course, has been significantly weakened during these 15 months of war. Do they really have the ability and the will to take on what you know, because you've been dealing with it in your work, the criminal gangs who've been attacking the aid convoys as they enter Gaza, a sign of the desperation there?
Well, the proof of the pudding here lies in the eating. I think there's another factor not to be underestimated, the civilians themselves. They know aid is coming for them. They have endured criminal activity. They have also been a victim of the looting that's taken place and has deprived them of this critical, essential assistance that was being sent, even though it was too low in volume and too little over time. I think the balancing act lies in the constant flow, in the implementation, and as I said, I can't exclude a form of chaos erupting. I also can't predict right now that all will be well with the civilian police, but we are hopeful that the security arrangements that are put in place and with the assistance on the Egyptian side, that we can help manage this and mitigate this. I think the importance is also the effective implementation of this deal, also when it comes to the volume that has now been agreed to, both to the south and the north of Gaza. Food, all kinds of other items, and fuel, so the facilities could be running. It's a complex operation, one of the most complex, I would venture, in this day and age, under these conditions.
So 600 trucks, as you know, we've heard time and again this word flow, that aid, hundreds of trucks will flow into Gaza, and they never did. The numbers, as you know, have been far, far short of what is needed. Are you convinced that the logistics are in place in terms of the UN being able to deliver the aid, the Israelis allowing, not holding them up by strenuous inspections? Are you sure that there will be the flow this time?
Well, we've gone through, we've dotted the T, we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's in recent days. My colleagues, technical teams have been in Cairo precisely for that purpose, speaking with the Israelis, the Qataris, Egyptians, and the US. There's a fairly detailed agreement in place. We know that assistance will come from Israel, West Bank, the very effective Jordan route that has been working. Trucks are entering as we speak from Egypt via Kerem Shalom, and aid will continue to flow from Ashdod. Am I sure with a certainty 100%? Things can happen, but these are the arrangements, and as my Qatari colleague described, there are operational crisis cells and rooms in place to troubleshoot if and when something risks derailing. The flow is important, the continuity, and of course, ultimately, as we've often said, the distribution to people inside Gaza. Nothing matters if it doesn't reach people.
As you know, the Israelis, when they've been challenged about the small number of aid trucks, they've always said that hundreds of trucks are there, ready to move, but the United Nations didn't have the capability to deliver the food. As part of this process, have you been able to send in more people into Gaza to help? Been able to strengthen your own logistics, your own chain, supply chain, to ensure that the performance will be better?
Well, this is one of the areas we continue to work on to scale up. But don't forget, Lise, that most of our staff in Gaza are Palestinian civilians who are there working. A lot of Palestinian NGOs and ultimately my own colleagues. This aid delivery doesn't depend solely on the UN. We are a big motor, including, of course, UNRWA, the backbone of most of these operations. But there are also bilateral support mechanisms in place now, as well as an important role that the NGOs will play. It's a combined effort. What it does show, however, with this agreement in place and with the early hours of it being implemented, it shows the power and difference political will makes. Systems can be there. If there's not the political will to execute decisions taken, everything else fails. There is the political will. We need to make sure that the pressure is sustained and international commitments also to finance and to help accelerate the assistance are there and remain in place. Gaza is not saved overnight.
I will speak to Lise Doucette very soon as well. As we continue to bring you really some of the context and analysis behind what we're seeing here today, the ceasefire in Gaza, which is finally come into force at around 11:15 this morning, local time. But there is I think a real hope and a will that will continue, and that the full process will not be derailed and will actually continue to its conclusion. I want to bring you some live pictures now from the occupied West Bank. This is Offa prison. It is where many Palestinian prisoners are held. It is an Israeli prison. You can see the Red Cross are outside. There's also a bus as well. Again, this will probably mirror what we saw during the last brief ceasefire over a year ago now, where those Palestinian prisoners who were released were taken actually on a bus and taken back and given back to their families. One thing that Israel has been trying to prevent is people gathering in large numbers around the prison. They say they don't want a security risk, they say, sort of around a high security prison. So what we'll expect to see, I think, is those prisoners actually being loaded onto buses and taken to be reunited with their loved ones. We've been hearing from our correspondent, John Donison, who is in that area. He's been in Ramallah today, really talking about the anticipation of those Palestinian families, many of who have not seen their loved ones for some considerable period of time now, and are looking forward to being reunited with them. Around 90 Palestinian prisoners being released from Israeli jails today. The majority of them women, we're told, a small number of teenagers, and around 10 or so of them are men. So those are live pictures that we've been looking at from outside of a prison. These are all different locations, absolutely key to this ceasefire agreement that we will be continuing to show you. I also just want to show you Reykjavik as well in southern Israel. Now, we had helicopters in the air before. It looks like the helicopters on the ground now. This is where the military are expecting the Israeli hostages to be brought to, again by the Red Cross. They are very instrumental in these handover moments. So those hostages will be taken, and we believe from Reykjavik, from that military base, they will be flown to Sheba Hospital in Israel. In fact, I can show you what is happening there as well. This is where the 3 female hostages will be received, will be physically checked over, will be given some mental health support, but also will be reunited with their families in what is a moment filled with nerves. I think until, when you speak to hostage families, they say until they're actually back together with their loved ones, they still believe it could slip away right until the very last moment. The delays this morning were enormously difficult. We've heard from people here on BBC News today who were really sort of struggling with that idea of the delay, the idea that things might all fall down at the last minute. So that hospital will be absolutely crucial as part of this story today, one of the key elements of phase 1 of that deal. And our correspondent, Jonah Fisher, is there. Jonah, I know these things are very carefully managed, the flow of information is very carefully managed. Do we know anything yet about the preparations that are being made there to receive these women?
Well, yeah, you might be able to see behind me that there are barriers that have been put up. We've been waiting all day really for further news to come through of exactly when these 3 female hostages would make it here. There's a heliport just a couple of minutes walk that way where we're expecting them to be brought with. Just to talk you through the chronology of how this is supposed to work, the Red Cross is currently in Gaza attempting to pick these 3 female hostages up from Hamas.
Right, I'm going to go to live now, dealing with the weather that's coming in for the inauguration here.
2 to 4 inches for the district. To the south of there, anywhere from a trace to up to 3 inches of snowfall is anticipated, with higher amounts out to our west, where there's a winter storm warning, and the district encompassed in a winter weather advisory, 1 to 4 inches if possible. With all this, Arctic air is setting in, so by the time we get to Inauguration Day on the 24th and MLK Day, we're talking a high of 24 degrees. However, wind chills are going to be in the single digits, and even by Monday night with some minuses there. So pretty dangerous weather coming our way. We want everybody to stay safe into the week. That cold weather as well settles in and makes itself straight at home. Tom?
Thank you very much, Gwen. Also breaking news this morning. The hostage release and ceasefire in Gaza is underway this morning. It was delayed for hours because Israel says Hamas missed a deadline to turn over the names of the 3 women that are going to be released. An Israeli official confirming this morning that a 21-year-old Rami Gonen, 28-year-old Emily Darnay, and 31-year-old Doran Stein are set to be free. The first phase of the truce is expected to be a 6-week period of calm, raising hopes for a complete end to the 15-month-long conflict. Also in the news today, TikTok overnight went dark. Federal law banning the TikTok app, citing national security, was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. The app became unavailable for its 170 million viewers late last night. Meanwhile, President-elect Donald Trump says he would most likely give TikTok a 90-day reprieve after he takes office. Of course, President-elect Trump and his wife Melania arrived in D.C. on Saturday to kick off a weekend of events. The incoming president and First Lady enjoying a celebration evening upon his return, including fireworks out at his Trump National Golf Course in Sterling, Virginia. The inauguration, as you know, kicks off tomorrow. And for the first time in 40 years, that swearing-in ceremony is going to take place inside the Capitol Rotunda, which only holds about 600 people. There will be live viewing areas for people at the Capitol One Arena, which holds about 20,000 people. But many thousands of people who plan to be at the west front of the Capitol for the ceremony will not be able to attend in person. We want to welcome in U.S. Army Colonel, retired Richard Breen, who is very familiar with these large ceremonial events. You served in the Military District of Washington with distinction, Colonel Breen, for a long, long time. A lot of people probably know this in the area. MDW supports a lot of these ceremonial events. So as you've been watching this, what's going on this weekend with people trying to have all these moving parts and move this thing inside?
Well, one of the biggest things.
Well, let me interject here and give you my perspective on it. So, I had Oscar, mention in the chat about, it being safer to be indoors. And that's probably true. But I think that there's 2 kind of metaphysical things that pop up in my mind when this weather is coming in and everything has to be indoors for inauguration now. The last time this happened was the second term for Reagan. Now, Trump has always been viewed as a person that's similar to Reagan, but I also think he's similar to JFK. And there's elements of his demeanor that's very similar to George Washington, all right? So a little bit of George Washington, a little bit of JFK, and a little bit of Reagan. Now, most people align him with Reagan. But I find that it's beyond coincidental that you have a weather pattern coming in that is so cold that you have to have indoor inauguration ceremonies. Yes, it will be safer, but perhaps some of the things that happened during the Reagan administration we're going to actually see in the Trump second term administration. And that is Reagan was viewed as a president to bring down communism, all right? So we may actually see the fall of Putin under Trump's second term. I wouldn't be surprised at that. You also have huge amounts of investment in technology for the military during the Reagan administration. It started to come into fruition with the whole stealth program that was used during the Gulf War I. So you're going to see huge investments in military. I would not be surprised that the Navy will go into a very advanced phase. Space Force will go into an advanced phase with its investments. Reagan also pushed back on the nanny state. So you're going to see an administration that shaves off the inefficiencies of government, and this has been telegraphed through Doge. Right? Doge is the whole task of Doge is to shave fat. Right? So Reagan was trying to reduce regulation, trying to reduce the nanny state, reduce social programs that were ineffective. And I wouldn't be surprised that Trump's administration rolls back, if not abolishes, the Department of Education. So there's some similarities, I think. So the weather pattern coming into DC is hinting that we're going to see a similar type administration, similar things, world events that take place that were reminiscent of Reagan through the Trump administration. So that's how I interpret it. I interpret it as, you know, this cold pattern that's coming into Washington D.C., kind of hinting that Reagan's back. You know, at least, you know, from a metaphysical perspective. Now, I do believe that Trump has similarities to JFK and to George Washington. George Washington, in the sense that a real out-of-the-box, take no prisoner type person, all right? JFK, in the sense of taking down the deep state, and Reagan, in the sense of reducing regulations, opening up markets around the world, having fair trade, not free trade. All right, Reagan, one of the things that he did for the automotive industry in the United States is that they basically said, you want to sell cars in the United States, you have to make them in the United States. What's wrong with that? That should be on every product. So I see that kind of mentality in Trump. But of course, Trump is his own person. He's different than these individuals that I'm comparing him to. But there's similarities. There's a little bit of a Reagan in Trump. There's a little bit of a George Washington in Trump. There's a little bit of a JFK in Trump. All right? So I'm not surprised that a weather pattern coming into DC, and the last time this happened where it was indoors was the second term for Reagan. We're probably going to see the fall of Putin's regime in Russia end under the Trump administration. Now, how much of it is the doing of Trump and his administration? I don't know. But, I mean, Putin is not healthy, all right? You know, he's declining. You know, he could be worse in terms of health, but you know, he's declining in health, it's obvious. And I think that the war effort in Ukraine has diminished his power, prestige, and the economy in Russia. So I think he's on tenuous footing, Putin. So we may be seeing the reboot of a second term or a third term, I should say, a third term of Reagan. You know, through this kind of little hint that it's happening. Another take that I have is just that you have all the ultra liberals out there. They're saying global warming and you know the world's we got to change our consumption of fossil fuels and everything needs to go carbon neutral. And then all of a sudden you have a multi-decade record weather pattern coming into Washington for the inauguration that seems to be antithetical to the whole narrative of global warming. We may be seeing a major change in our climate, maybe metaphysically. The inflection point of the inauguration and it being cold and has to be indoors is stating that things that used to be in the last 30 years are changing. Maybe they'll go to the opposite extreme, I don't know, but they're going to change. There's an inflection point that's taking place. It's taking place in the weather, and it's taking place in politics. It's taking place in globalization. This concept of less globalization, more localization. This concept of our international policy with China, and this idea of a one China policy looks like it's going to end. The last 30 years of not being too, how should I say this? Since Reagan, all right, let's go back to Reagan's first, I think it was his first term. Let's go back to Reagan's first term. There was the Beirut bombing, all right? The Marines were bombed in Beirut, and Reagan didn't do too much about it. There was a lot of jawboning at the podium, but Reagan didn't do much about that bombing. And the United States, that was the beginnings of kind of like this new age of terrorism. All right, you had terrorism that was going on in the 70s, but this kind of newer thing that was starting to take hold with the PLO in the Middle East and other factions, other jihadist factions, all right? But that Beirut bombing was an inflection point that showed weakness by Reagan. And that set in motion further problems in Europe and in the Middle East with bus bombings, cafe bombings, all right, throughout the 80s and part of the 90s. And then you fast forward after Reagan leaves office and Bush gets in, we have the Gulf War, all right? And through that whole process, we've had this kind of war footing to try to restructure the Middle East. And then 9/11, and then the wars in Iraq and in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Lebanon, in in Yemen, different regions, Sudan, different regions. We had skirmishes, proxy wars, or full-out military deployment. So there's this long arc of military engagement, but it wasn't effective. This inflection point of the cold weather coming in, and Trump coming in to his second term, gives me this feeling that it's going to be different. Things are going to be different domestically, and things are going to be different internationally. And I would not be surprised that instead of a ineffective war in the Middle East, that if war does break out where U.S. involvement, there's heavy involvement, not just providing materiel, but providing troops, that it will be extremely violent and it will destroy Iran, which is something that I don't think Bush Jr., Bush Sr., Clinton, Barack Obama, or Biden was willing to do. We may see the president that takes out and destroys the Ayatollah. Now, I hope that happens, because if you do that, if the United States does that, then there's going to be lasting peace in the Middle East for the Israelis, for the Jews, for the Saudis, for the Syrians, for the Lebanese, for all people involved in that region. You destroy the Ayatollah, there will be a restructuring that's in that region that will lead to lasting peace for all peoples. But the United States has to do this. Now, there's going to be pacifists that say, oh, why should we do this and why should we? The Ayatollah, for all of my life, has caused havoc in that region. It's time to end it. Now, this is where that leadership part of Trump may kick in, where it's that Washington leadership element. Now, people would say, well, Washington during his farewell address warned the people not to get into foreign engagements. Well, he was talking about Europe. He wasn't talking about the Middle East. But that's true. I agree with, in most part, by not getting involved in the entanglement of other foreign wars in Europe. That's why I think we should not be involved in Ukraine. But when it comes to this Ayatollah issue, if you keep on kicking the can down the road, the collateral damage is going to get worse. It's going to be more costly, and it will become unconventional. Could be radiologic, biological, chemical, whatever. But destroying the Ayatollah is like the main mission of the United States. If we don't do that, the United States is going to have serious problems down the road. We're never going to have a president in our lifetime like Donald Trump. Just like we haven't seen a president like George Washington for a very, very, very long time. Maybe someone could say George Washington and Lincoln were similar. And I could see that argument. They're different too. But I can see that similarity in trying to create the country and to maintain the status of the country, keep the cohesion of the country. I could see that. But they're rare. These people are rare. A Lincoln is rare. A Washington is rare. A Trump is rare. All right. Now they have flaws, but they're elevated to the presidency at a particular time because they were the right person for the job at that time. Trump could be a terrible president in a different era. Trump is most likely going to be a great president in this era. So it's not just the president, but also the time that they're in the presidency that makes them great or not. And we're at that point. We're not going to see in our lifetime another Trump. We're not going to see in our lifetime another Lincoln or a Washington. This is a once in a lifetime thing. And then after Trump gets out of office, and let's say J.D. Vance gets elevated to the presidency, do you really think he's going to have the same gravitas? He doesn't have the same soul root. He doesn't have the same gravitas of Lincoln, Reagan, JFK, Washington. He just doesn't. He's a good person. He's not that bad of a person. Probably would be a competent president. He has to, but he doesn't have you can tell. You knew right away that Trump was different. Right when he came down the elevator when he announced for his presidency. You just knew he was different. Just like people knew that Washington was different before he even ran for president. Before he was the general for the revolution. Everyone knew he was different. Same thing with Reagan. Everyone knew he was different when he was, an actor and then became a governor. There was something different about him. He spoke in a way that was different than the rest of the other politicians. Same thing with Lincoln. He was different. He stood out, literally, because of how tall he was, but his educational makeup was different. The Bible basically taught him, by him reading the Bible, he taught himself. And eventually taught himself law and back then, you know, you could be a lawyer then, right? But this was a man that was self-taught, and a big part of his self-teaching was the Bible. And he literally was the president that kept the Union together. These are rare birds, rare people. Trump is a rare person. So if we don't get certain things done during his administration, it's going to be much worse later down the road, because J.D. Vance doesn't have it. He just doesn't. Could he be a good president? Yeah, but he's not the type of president to actually decapitate the Ayatollah. Trump is. Trump should be doing that. Now, if he has a bunch of advisors telling him not to, then we're remaking the same mistakes as the first administration during Trump. Trump needs to destroy Iran's theocratic regime. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be worse in the future, because you're going to have presidents that don't have the same gravitas, they don't have the same courage, they don't have the same fortitude. J.D. Vance doesn't have it. Yeah, he's a Marine, thank you for your service, blah, 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 but he just doesn't have it. And nor will he ever have it. Now, if it's not J.D. Vance and it's someone else, let's say maybe Rubio runs and decide, you know, people elect Rubio. Do you really think he has the gravitas like Trump? Do you think Rubio is similar to Lincoln to be able to actually decapitate the Ayatollah? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not only that, I don't even think that J.D. Vance nor Rubio would get the same respect from the Saudis. So, on the Republican side, there's no one to fill the gap, to fill the void that has that rare bird quality once Trump leaves office, all right, in 2028. Or technically you'd leave office in 2029, but whatever. But the thing is that, you know, when he leaves office, there's going to be a void. So it has to be done. The restructuring of the Middle East, the major, you know, knocking out the major villain of the region is the Ayatollah. Iran is funding all this crap. When you cut that off, it's going to radically change. And there's going to be that alignment. This is why I keep on saying it's about soul roots. Jacob is aligning with Ishmael. Ishmael is aligning with Jacob. That's the Saudis and other nations that are aligned to the Saudis, Saudi Arabia, with the Jewish people and Israel. All right. Now you're going to have Esau, which is most of the other countries in the world, and Iran wanting to fight Israel and Ishmael. Now, part of Esau is going to break off, where there's going to be a positive and a negative Esau. The head of Esau is going to align with Jacob and Ishmael. The body of Esau, which is the rest of the countries, they will be against Jacob, Ishmael, and positive Esau. But negative Esau, the negative soul root of Esau, is going to die. It has been written down for thousands of years. That's what's going to happen. So let's make it happen. You know, let's, you know, if we know what the end of the story is, let's just make it happen. So now there is some nuance. In the United States, we have Jacob and we have also Esau mixed in our soul root as a country. And there will be ones that are more have more of an affinity towards Esau, where they will repent and they'll become positive Esau. The ones that don't and want to be pacifists or want to demonize this restructuring in the Middle East and try to, you know, think that their way of life cannot change, then that negative Esau, the body of Esau, they're going to be put into the bucket with Iran, and they will be punished. There's going to be a great punishment that's going to be taking place. So in just looking at it from the United States perspective, United States is not lily white, but there's a big part of the society, the people in the United States and in the United States as a country, and the soul root, the energy that feeds the country. It's a mixture of Jacob and Esau. And because it's a mixture of Jacob and Esau, there is conflict within the country on how to align itself. That's why there's a big part of it wants to be pacifist. Some of it wants to align. So once this great alignment takes place in the Middle East with Jacob and Ishmael, and Jacob's soul root within the United States, when that happens, it's going to be very strong. One part of the strength is basically the military prowess of the United States and the manufacturing base, but also its religious affiliation because of the Christian Judaic affiliation to the region. Now the Esau part of the soul root in the United States is going to have friction. The positive Esau, the head of Esau, wants to be with Jacob. It wants to repent. And so when it does, then it's going to shed its ways and realize that this way of life is going to change. And it will be better once that change takes place. But to say that our life is going to continue on, our lifestyle is going to continue on like this, that's a fallacy. The American lifestyle is going to change. Now, it will get better by aligning with Ishmael and Jacob. So the Esau part of the United States, the positive Esau, the head of Esau, is going to align and realize that the future of America is going to be brighter and better by being a part of the great alignment in the Middle East. Now, the negative part of Esau, which a lot of people on social media are, that if they don't repent, they're going to be put into the bucket of the same ones that are aligned with the Ayatollah. Now, they would say, well, they're not aligned with the Ayatollah. Let's say that they're just Christian. All right, this is the way a big part of the pacifist movement in the United States is like this. They're Christian. They're isolationist, and they think that they could just stay out of the whole Middle East conflict, and they'll be just fine, and their way of life will be just great, because of just the United States has such an economic prowess and lots of resources that they can have an isolationist kind of policy. That American exceptionalism can support an isolationist policy. They don't realize that the blessing to the nation, to the United States, is through the soul root of Jacob and the positive part of Esau, not the negative. So when the great splitting takes place, where Jacob is aligned with Ishmael, and Jacob is aligned with the positive of Esau, and Esau splits, all right, and Esau repents, and the positive part of Esau wants to be part of the great alignment. So there's reward for the repentance. That means that what's left is the negative part of Esau, the body of Esau, the animalistic instincts of Esau, not the intellect. That's why it's the head and not the body. And so the animalistic instinct is a trap for the pacifists that are in the United States, and that the soul root that they've attached to will no longer get the blessing. And so they think that they'll be a pacifist and they'll still get blessing. But the reality is that the soul root that they have attached to, the negative part of Esau, when it splits, they no longer get blessing. It's a curse. And so people will go, oh, and then there's just some sort of great cabal that's happening with Judaism or with Zionists and all this. Well, let's take a look at that, from my perspective. There's a difference between Judaism and Zionism. All right? You can be Jewish and not a Zionist. You could be a Zionist and not Jewish. You could be Jewish and a Zionist. Right? So there's lots of different types. All right? Zionism, in its purest form, all right, was really an orchestrated effort to reduce religious affiliation within the Jewish community. Let me repeat that. Zionism, in its purest form, was to reduce religious observance and make the Jewish people more secular. So religious people, yes, they want the state of Israel, they want a homeland, but Zionism, in its purest form, wants to secularize Judaism. That means make it reform, make it, some sort of reconstructionist kind of religion. And so over time, the thought was, you move people that are religious, they move into a secular pattern, they learn things that are secular, they go to secular universities, and they no longer follow the Torah. That was the goal of Zionism. Now, what has happened is that there's kind of been a negative feedback because of an emergent property. This is chaotic, all right? And what has happened is the religious community has been growing. And some of the religious community is for the state of Israel, and some of the religious community is Zionist, but not in its purest form. They want the state of Israel, but they don't want the Zionism that is trying to water down the religion. So it's a lot more complicated. So within the soul root of Jacob, the soul root of Jacob isn't pure. It's going to get a blessing, but there's going to be infighting that's taking place, just like there's infighting taking place within Esau. Esau is having infighting now between the positive and the negative. All right? And a big part of the world is Esau. And there are many areas around the Middle East that are have a soul root of Esau. Within Jacob, there's infighting. And when there's infighting within Jacob, Jacob doesn't get the blessing it deserves because of the infighting. So it's a problem for Israel, right? And there is this battle between secularism and orthodoxy. Are you going to be more heterodox or are you going to be orthodox? It's a big problem. And if what has been written down for thousands of years is true, which I think it is, then that means that the heterodoxy is going to end and that the orthodoxy is going to continue, and that there's going to be a rebuild. There's going to be a reboot of the temple. Now that doesn't mean that Zionism stays. No one has stated in the old text that Zionism stays. It just states that the Jewish people will have this land. The land will be the boundaries that have been circumscribed in the Bible, and there's going to be a reboot of the temple. And there will be a Jewish people on the promised land. But the concept of Zionism could die. It never states that that Zionism is going to, in its purest sense, because how could these reboots take place? How can the strength of Jacob get the full blessing if you have pure Zionists that want to water down the religion? So that means that there's going to be infighting within Jacob. And even before October 7th of 2023, there was infighting. And that's what's going on with the cabinet. That's what's going on in the judicial branch. That's what's going on in the Knesset. That's what's going on in the public schools or their school system in Israel. There is this battle between secularism and orthodoxy. And as long as the Jewish people are fighting each other, there's going to be a curse on Jacob. Now, some of that is even happening in the United States between orthodoxy and heterodoxy. But this is what I'm saying is very deep. And I'm not the only one that sees this. This was written down thousands of years ago about soul roots of countries and soul roots of individuals. And at the individual level, if you align more with Jacob in the union of Jacob and Ishmael, you're going to be blessed. If you align with Esau before the splitting, what's going to happen is that you get blessed for 6 months of the year and you get cursed for the other 6 months of the year. I'll go into it a little bit further. So they just released the hostages. They're going to keep on replaying it, so it doesn't really matter. So missing it. But the thing is that so Esau, positive and negative, are together, but they're going to be starting to fight each other. The intellect and the body is going to fight each other because they start seeing that there's a blessing that's coming to Jacob and Ishmael. So the positive leaves the negative, and the negative's left. So at the individual level, if you're negative, you're going to get totally cursed. And you're not going to see this undulation between every 6 months. At 6 months of blessing, 6 months of curse. Because the reason for the blessing was the positive part of Esau. The reason for the curse on Esau was the negative part of Esau. But when the positive leaves and attaches to Jacob and Ishmael, the negative of Esau only gets the curse and no blessing. So if you're a pacifist and you're aligning with Esau, you're not going to have a good life on a spiritual level. I'm 100% sure of this. It's been written down for thousands of years. I'm right on this. All right. So this part here, that where you have pacifists at the individual level, you're going to get cursed. But you would go, well, they have a soul root that is aligned with Esau, but they seem to get some blessing. That's because the positive is already still attached to the body. It hasn't split yet. All right. Now, at the countrywide level, what is the aggregate? The aggregate aligning with Jacob and Ishmael, or is the area aligning with Esau negative? We'll find out. We'll find out. But if a country that is aligning themselves to the negative, the way it's been told for thousands of years is that Esau dies. The negative part of Esau dies. Esau repents, aligns with Jacob and Ishmael, and there is a restructuring and peace in the Middle East. That's how it's supposed to happen. So be careful when you think, well, America is surrounded by a bunch of oceans and we'll be fine, and we have a strong military and a strong economy. That's only because we've been blessed. Why have we been blessed? Why have we been blessed? Because we have a major part of our soul root is aligned with Jacob. A part of our soul root is aligned with Esau, but our composition in Esau is more on the positive side, not the negative. And that's why the United States gets so much blessing. Now people would say, oh, that's, well, we'll see. We'll see, all right? We'll see. That's my long-winded take on this. Now, let me briefly talk about the 6 months curse, 6 months of blessing. The soul root of Esau and Jacob undulate. When Jacob is blessed, Esau's cursed. When Esau's blessed, Jacob is cursed. Until the great alignment. All right? And that's what's happening. Now, like I said, February, March, April, May, June, July are months that bless Jacob. Jacob's strongest blessing is in April. At the zenith of the blessing in a year is April. We're in the middle of January, so we're near the tail end of the blessing of Esau and the beginning of the surge for the blessing of Jacob. Starts in February for the blessing of Jacob, but we're winding down the blessing of Esau. Now, do you think that that's just coincidental on what's going on in the Middle East and the ceasefiring? No, it's not coincidental. Because Esau is weakening on a spiritual level. Now, August, September, October, November, December, January are months that are strong for Esau. And that's why October and September always seems to be a bad thing for countries that are Western. You think of all major events that are terrible. Major events are taking place in this 6-month period where Esau is strong, not Jacob. 9/11, September. All right, October events in the financial markets. That's Esau. Esau's strongest in October. Jacob is strongest in April. All right, so there's this undulation that takes place, and the strength increases, hits the zenith point to April, and then starts waning down through July, and then Esau starts to gain strength and blessing. But once the head is detached from the body of Esau, that stops. And that positive force of Esau aligns with Jacob and Ishmael. And so this undulation doesn't happen anymore, because the death of Esau will be happening. If the death of Esau's soul root happens, then there's no rebalancing throughout the year between Jacob and Esau, between the twins. So be careful who you align with. Okay, so that's my long-winded discussion on what's going on at the international level and at the personal level. Be careful if you have aligned yourself with individuals that are pacifists on this. That doesn't mean they have to be a warmonger forever on all things. That's not what I'm saying. But be careful about the metaphysics of what's going on with the soul roots of countries and of individuals. All right, so let me shut up and let's go to live now here. The hostages have been released by Hamas.
Who is the spokesperson for the Israeli government. I also wanted to share this with you. As you can imagine, people across the world just coming together for this moment, and we see hundreds of individuals gathering right here in Israel, receiving word that the 3 hostages have now been released, awaiting an update on their condition. Now, the 42-day first phase of this deal includes the release of 33 hostages in all. So the 3 hostages released today is the first of 33 expected to be released in the coming 42 days. That's part of the deal. The other part of the deal is that Palestinian prisoners will be released. This is a live look right here from Ofer prison in the West Bank. This is where the Palestinian prisoners are set to be released as part of this exchange right here. In addition, we do know that Israel will withdraw into a buffer zone inside Gaza, and Palestinians should be able to return home along with an increase in humanitarian aid. So we did want to share a number of these live looks with you as we continue to follow the very latest developments right here. We do, it seems, have some more live views right here. I wanted to pull this up right here. This is a new look, and you can see hundreds of individuals right here where hostages and also prisoners are expected. And this does appear, and we don't have an updated information, I believe, on where this is a live look from. And in fact, it just ended right there. But we continue to receive all of these live looks here into our newsroom. There does appear to be another live look where you can see the hundreds of crowds, and it possibly, we were seeing some military personnel that possibly could be Hamas. This does look like a mixed feed right here, so it does look like it's going between a couple of live looks right here as well. But again, we were hearing from some of these Fox News reporters that Hamas terrorists were just freely walking out and about in particular areas. And in fact, you can see the Hamas militants right there with their faces covered and these green bandanas around again, continuing to receive these live looks that drop in and out.
I want to go to Al Jazeera because they're interviewing this this professor.
When you listen to that?
No, but once we enter after the 16th day into discussing the second phase, and Netanyahu would bring by then...
He's not a professor. I thought he was a professor. He's a senior political analyst. Right.
Corridor, then we're gonna start probably having some problems, and that will take time. Meaning he will say, I want to maintain the forces. The Palestinians, and not only the Egyptian. Why the Egyptian? Because the presence of the Israeli forces on the Philadelphia corridor has nothing to do with Hamas. It has to do with the PLO and Egypt. It's an agreement that was done in 2005 with Egypt, not with Hamas. Hamas is in no party with Israel on the Philadelphia corridor. So if Netanyahu insists on that, he's going to have to take it up with Egypt and somewhat with the Palestinian Authority. Egypt has said it will not accept Israeli forces on the Philadelphia corridor, except, and this has been recent in the past 2-3 weeks, the Egyptian proposed that maybe there will be a symbolic presence of certain Israelis in 1 or 2 points in the Philadelphia corridor, but no military Israeli presence.
All right, thanks so much, Marwan Bishara there, our senior analyst. Well, Pietro Stefanini is a political analyst. He was a researcher for the Palestinian Return Center at the School of Oriental and African Studies. Joins us now from Edinburgh. Good to have you with us, Pietro. Just before I start our interview, I just want to point out to viewers that the pictures that we are seeing on the left hand of the screen are live pictures coming in to us exclusively to Al Jazeera, the latest pictures about the release of those 3 Israeli captives. Now, Pietro, as that situation unfolds in Saraya Square in Gaza that we're looking at, there is the question, there is the hopes of reconstruction, because lots of people have been trying to return to what's left of their homes. Given that one of the UN statistics said by UNOSAT that 163,000 buildings, 66% of all structures in Gaza have either been destroyed or...
Just a reminder, I have X Spaces open if you want to do a call-in. The ones that are watching on YouTube live stream or on my website live stream, you can join the X Spaces call-in. Just request the mic and I'll let you
on. The end of the structural genocide that has been in place since 1948, and we are entering uncharted territory. It has really been one of the most intense genocidal wars in recent history, and we're now at a point where over 90% of housing units have been destroyed or damaged, which means that at least 80,000 homes have been rendered uninhabitable. Schools, universities, hospitals, health centers, no sector has been spared from the almost total destruction. So the situation is beyond catastrophic, and there's really, at the moment, little to return to.
To clean up the rubble, never mind rebuilding. When you hear things like that, and they said it will cost at least $1.2 billion US, you got to wonder, who's ready to carry that cost and carry that kind of burden?
Yeah, absolutely. The challenges are immense. I have no doubt that Palestinians who withstood this genocide will be able to rebuild Gaza, but there is an unprecedented amount of rubble to clear before we can even begin thinking about reconstruction. There are over 40 million metric tons of debris that still line the streets, and let's not forget still 10,000 Palestinian bodies of victims that still need to pull out of the rubble. And so just clearing the rubble might take a decade. Once the rubble is removed, the cost of rebuilding will be prohibitive. In previous rounds, the most prominent feature was the lack or absence of donors. If the donors step up this time, it's difficult to say. Some estimates put the cost of rebuilding as more than $80 billion US. In one best case scenario, rebuilding just destroyed homes could be done by 2040, and that is assuming it will be going at a faster pace than in previous rounds. And also construction sites will have to be empty of people to operate, which could mean creating more waves of displacement.
Not to mention a lot of that, just listening to you, a lot of logistics, construction, workers, equipment, cement needs to start flooding into Gaza. Can any of that happen when, as far as we know, this deal does not end the state of occupation, the years of siege in which Israel controlled every item that was allowed into Gaza, the state of, in all the Palestinian territories, which international and Israeli human rights groups were.
That's why the ceasefire is not about an end of the war. And this will not reach homeostasis until certain biblical precepts are met. It's really simple. It's been written down for a long time, and what it is you got Esau whining, Esau's whining, saying there's occupation that's going on in the West Bank. Guess what? And some people that are listening to this channel aren't going to like what I have to say. That's not what was written in the Bible. The Bible didn't say that the land was going to the Palestinians. Period. Full stop. This whole Westphalian modern construct of the Palestinian state and even Zionism and the state of Israel, that's all a modern construct. What is happening with these wars, what's happening radically in the Middle East, is something that's biblical. Not something that has been written down in some peace agreement, some sort of document in the UN. The UN, the Rothschilds, all of it doesn't mean a hill of beans. All of it. There's something bigger happening. It has nothing to do with what we want as people. It's what is going to happen. It's independent of what we want. And this is this is hard for people to get into their head here. And so they're going to keep on pushing, there's occupation in East Jerusalem, there's occupation in the West Bank. You really think the West Bank is going to be going to the Palestinians as we approach the Messianic era? You really think that's going to happen? You really think that the Temple Mount is going to be of the ownership of the Palestinians? You really think that? I don't think so. Look at what's going on at the northern front and how Lebanon and Syria just melted away. Well, Scott Ritter thinks that, Israel was right on the edge of destruction. Really? Really? Because that's not what the Bible said. That's not what these old 2,000-year-old texts are saying are happening. See, you can't use just military prowess and international policy systems to fully understand what's going on here, because it's beyond us. It's something much bigger, much bigger. But you'll have Esau, before his head's chopped off, you'll have Esau that continues to say, this doesn't solve the occupation. So it's just a ceasefire. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And there's going to be more destruction and more turmoil and more loss of life because the job wasn't done in the 80s. Going back to Reagan, when the bombing of Beirut and the Marine barracks happened, the United States kind of retreated from the Middle East. And then it started to ramp up all the way to 92. and, Gulf War, and then really ramped up after 9/11. But we kind of retreated during the first term of Reagan in the Middle East. Because my memory is it was his first term that the Marine barracks was bombed in Beirut. So, well, that was a pacifist strategy, and it was wrong. And this would have been all cleaned up with a lot less effort, a lot less death and destruction, with a lot less money, if it was cleaned up and fixed in the 80s. And the Ayatollah was knocked out in the 80s. But we didn't. And we kicked the can down the road. And again, and again, and again, and again. Every single time the can is kicked, it costs more, there's more destruction, and there's more collateral damage and death. All right, I'm going to go to the BBC here.
And really, the impact on people, as we've been saying, the impact on civilians here in Israel, on civilians.
I think Al Jazeera
in Gaza.
has a better coverage on this. So let me.
Were released that were being held by the Iranian government. This seems like that again, that there is a inflection point in American history and world history with Donald Trump coming in, and this gives an opportunity to push reset and start with a new deck, so to speak. And so I think that's a very important point. But Joe Biden, we have to just face it, has been ineffective in this last year and a half, essentially, of trying to move humanitarian aid to Palestine, to try to shape and direct how Israel prosecuted this conflict. All of that, the Biden team had been largely ineffective.
Ineffective or unwilling? I think unwilling. I mean, if he wanted
I think
to,
both,
any US
unwilling and
president
ineffective.
wanted to force the Israelis, they hold all the cards, they hold all the money, they hold all the weapons, the vast majority of weapons and munitions that have been dropped on Gaza, killing more than 46,000 people, are American. And at various points, they tease the idea they might do something, and they have never at any point done anything. They had this deal, President Biden even admits it was his deal in May. They had this deal in May when there were 36,000 Palestinians killed. 10,000 people have died. If he pushed harder...
Now think about this. Now think about what I was saying earlier. Zionism, the root, the pure Zionism, the essence of Zionism is not about the state of Israel. It's about a state of Israel that has a secular Jewish population that reduces religiosity, reduces the following of the religion, the secularism of Judaism. That's the core of Zionism. All right? Now, God doesn't want that. Right? God wants people that are religious and that want to make the world a better place and to be kind to others and all this stuff, right? Not to go towards egoism. Right? So secularism, to the point where it's reducing religious fervor, is going to be antithetical to the biblical teachings. So don't you think that there's going to be a curse on Israel because of Zionism? Restructure it in a way where orthodoxy rises and this false statehood dies. That doesn't mean that Israel dies. That doesn't mean that the Jewish people don't get the land. It just means that Zionism in its purest form dies. So you got this kind of like mixture of complex perspectives and misunderstandings of really what's going on in the world today. You have a modern world, post-World War I, quote modern, all right? Modern world, post-World War I, configuration of the Middle East. And it's not really in line with what the Bible was saying it was going to happen. And you had powerful people create institutions and to create states, Palestinian state and the Israeli state, that are really born from international policy, not from biblical principles. So there's going to be a curse on Israel with this purest form of Zionism, because Zionism is against orthodoxy. Pure Zionism is about secularism, the secularization of the Jewish people. That's for sure. There's no doubt about that. Now, there are some people that are Orthodox that have aligned themselves in Zionism, but it's not in its purest form. That's why I said in its purest form, Zionism is trying to reduce orthodoxy. It's a heterodox perspective. And it mixes itself. So they want statehood, they want to bring down the religion, but they also want to occupy, quote, occupy lands that the Palestinians think they have. All right, so there's this infighting that's taking place. But the biblical teachings are saying that the land will be promised to the Jews. The Jews. All right, the ones that follow the religion, not the secularists. All right, so there's no promise for Jews that are non-observant, that want to diminish the religion. They're not promised a land. The ones that are promised a land are the ones that are following the Torah principles. So Zionists are not necessarily going to be blessed. But what's going to happen is that as they're not blessed, the ones that do follow are going to elevate. And so this concept of Zionism is kind of going to die. And it's going to be a land of a holiness that transcends statehood. It transcends it. It doesn't. The concept of country and the concept of state will no longer be that. It'll be something different. It'll be a holy place of the land, the borders, and it will transcend states or countries. And the other countries, the other 70 countries, there's more countries than 70, but what will happen is that the country soul roots, there's 70 soul roots to these countries. So it's like regions. And these 70 regions, which may have multiple countries part of the region, these 70 regions, they get their energy through their individual country soul root, and those are the 70 countries. But this land, this holy land, is going to transcend countries. It's going to be different. So this concept of Zionism is going to die. Because the concept of Zionism is only a mezzanine from a modern understanding of statehood or modern understanding of countries, and this new concept of a holy realm or a holy land that transcends statehood. If it transcends statehood, how can it ever have authority or providence or legitimacy from the UN? Because the land transcends the UN. It can't get legitimacy from something it transcends from. So this whole Zionism thing is, there's going to be a curse that's built into this. And that's where secular Judaism is going to be punished. There's going to be a punishment that takes place with secular Judaism. Now, Esau, especially the negative soul root of Esau, is going to keep on saying, it's going to use its Westphalian logic and go, UN, help us. This it's our land. But Esau, what I'm going to say is really deep here. Esau is, the Palestinians are saying, it's our land. We want the West Bank. We want the East Jerusalem. We want the Temple Mount, to keep it a state. So it is diminished from its transcendence, from other countries. Let me repeat that. The Palestinians want the West Bank and East Jerusalem and other parts of Israel, but what they call occupied territory. They want the legitimacy of it is through, they're trying to convince the UN that they are rightful to that land. But they want statehood. And that statehood is diminishing the holiness of the land, because the land is not supposed to be a country. The land is supposed to transcend countries, transcend the 70 countries. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a boundary for religious people to elevate mankind. It transcends the UN. It transcends all other countries. It's not a country. It's something different. It's a region, a realm that is holy. It's not a country. But the Zionists, they don't understand that. They miss that. And they diminish the holiness of the land by diminishing the observance of biblical principles. And they're just as bad as the Palestinians trying to hold the land, trying to get ownership of the land, trying to find ways where the international community will be on their side to hold the West Bank and East Jerusalem, to diminish the land and keep it a state where it never elevates into a holy realm. It never transcends. It's not going to transcend with the Palestinians. It's going to transcend with the Temple Mount. Now, all these things are written. I'm not making this up. This is all written down in biblical texts. So it's not like this is like, something brand new out of the sky. This is just people have forgotten, or they have cognitive dissonance, or they don't care, or whatever, or they're just ignorant of it. But this is what's going on in the world. So, in a lot of ways, a big part of the problem that we have in the world that doesn't allow this land to transcend is because of Zionism. And the Palestinians, the negative soul root of Esau, and the negative soul root of Esau is not just the Palestinians, it's other countries and other peoples. But the thing is that they're trying to bring it down, because negative Esau can't allow for Jacob, Ishmael, and the positive soul root of Esau to elevate. Because when that does happen, the negative Esau dies. Now, when the negative Esau dies, and everyone that has clinged on to that soul root, that energy source for the negative of Esau, when that energy source goes, it's no longer there. Everybody that had an affinity to that negative Esau soul root will die. But that only happens when Esau positive, Jacob, and Ishmael elevate with the restructuring of the Middle East. So you have a Palestinian on this plane. Satan is saying the Palestinians use this as a means to try to hold on to the West Bank, to hold on to the Temple Mount, to prevent the elevation of the Holy Land by Jacob, Ishmael, and positive soul root of Esau. Because Satan knows that when the negative soul root of Esau is severed, doesn't get the energy source, Satan no longer is in power. It's done. And the whole region elevates. And there's peace in this world, and the 70 nations come to provide peace offerings to allow for the blessing to flow in to the realm and dissipate around the world. But that can't happen if Esau negative is still alive.
background on this entire situation as I bring back this live image. We are working to bring you all of these images as we are following this developing story that ceasefire between Israel and Hamas took hold in the Gaza Strip on Sunday, ushering in an initial 6-week period of calm and raising hopes for the release of dozens of militant-held hostages.
I think actually Al Jazeera with this whole ceasefire, I think Al Jazeera has a better coverage of what's going on.
Waiting. Throughout the war in Gaza, tens of thousands have held weekly protests right across Israel to try and pressure the Israeli government to reach a deal with Hamas and bring their loved ones home. Meanwhile, desperately needed deliveries of aid, well, that started to go into Gaza. The trucks are coming through the Rafah border crossing, carrying humanitarian supplies, including water, food, and fuel. The ceasefire deal requires 600 truckloads of aid to be allowed into Gaza daily. We have correspondents live on both sides. Hamda Salhoud is in Amman because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from operating within the country. But first, Tariq Abu Azoum joins us from Rafah in Gaza. And Tariq, we heard the US President speak moments ago talking about aid trucks entering Gaza. How much aid? Have we seen a ramp up of aid, and how smoothly is it going?
Well, Sammy, based on the agreement terms, it's expected that 600 humanitarian aid trucks will be allowed to access the Gaza Strip on a daily basis. We are right now in Rafah city, and we still seeing the flow of the humanitarian aid convoys that are marked with the signs of the international organizations, including the UNICEF, the WFP, UNRWA, and different organizations that are operating at the moment in the Gaza Strip. We saw also a few convoys were delivered to the Strip in the course of the past 2 hours. Until now, we can see also on the horizon more humanitarian aid trucks are coming. That could be a part of the agreement that was brokered by regional mediators, and these sorts of humanitarian aid convoys aim to mitigate the aggravating humanitarian crisis that have emerged as a part of very devastating consequences from the Israeli.
I don't want to reduce the emotion or the importance of the release of the hostages. That's not my intent. All right. The families that have had hostages, you know, throughout the whole duration of this war, it's terrible. But almost all of them are non-religious Jews. Almost all of them. Not all of them, but almost all of them. And if you look at the area where Israelis have congregated waiting for the release of these hostages, these are, I wouldn't say ultra-liberal, but they're liberal Jews. They're liberal Israelis. And some of them, maybe they are biblically Jewish, but observance-wise, they're not. But the thing is that you gotta there's this blessing. The point that I'm making is there's a blessing that's coming as Esau is losing strength because of the cycles, and Jacob is gaining strength. The question is do these individuals that are in that crowd waiting for the release of the hostages, will they see this as if they've been given another chance to look internally in themselves and try to make themselves a better person and to follow religious principles? Unfortunately, many of them will not. Some will, but many will not. So here they're given a blessing, a release of a loved one, a release of the hostages, even though the ceasefire isn't going to last. And they'll still promote this secular Zionistic mentality. So when some people demonize Zionism, they're kind of like, especially in the United States, there's a hint of truth to it, but they don't fully articulate it like I'm articulating it. They think it's a big cabal and blah, 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 and, you know, and it's, you know, it's all about money and power, and there is a diminution of religious fervor trying to water down the religion, weaken the following of biblical precepts. Now, if you have a huge part of the society that isn't following the religion, how are you going to rebuild the Temple Mount? How are you going to reboot this messianic age? You can't. So there's an element of Satan, not just in the negative part of Esau, but there's an element of Satan trying to get through that conduit of Zionism, trying to get them not religious and find reasons. They'll say, especially these liberals in Israel, they'll say, we don't want any more hostages we don't want any more people being taken hostage, so we can't have any more wars, and we'll just create a peace agreement where we'll just give the West Bank, even though that land is promised to the Jewish people, the religious ones, the Jewish people. But Satan is using Zionism and the liberals within Zionism to be pacifist, be willing to give land away, thinking that there will be no more war. So Satan is a smart guy. He's playing both sides of the fence. He's like, hey, Palestinians, that's your land. And if you read biblical texts, right? Esau was always whining that it's his land from day one, even though he sold it. But the thing is that the bottom line is Esau has always been whining about the land, always. So Satan goes, hey, Palestinians, that's your land. Go and try to get the West Bank, cause some havoc. And then Satan goes to the Zionists that are liberal, that are pacifist. They'll go, you know what? We are willing to give land away in a peace agreement to be able to live in harmony with the Palestinians. Satan loves that because he doesn't die, because Esau's negative soul root stays alive. And the reboot of the temple never happens because you can't get to homeostasis. See how Satan can be working with negative Esau, but he's also working with these liberal Zionists, non-religious liberal Zionists, to try to prevent a greater Israel and the reboot of the temple. Because the non-religious Zionists, the liberal Zionists, they don't care about the religion. It's more a cultural thing. It's not about religion, and following precepts. It's more cultural. So Satan works on both sides of the fence. And then you got these people that are demonizing, it's way more complicated than some sort of cabal from the UN and the Rothschilds. It's way more complicated than that. That's simplistic BS. The more complicated understanding is how Satan plays both sides of the fence. And how the whole community, Ishmael and the positive Esau, gets pulled into it. How the religious ones with Jacob's soul root, that's Judaic and Christian, get pulled down into it. Because Satan is a smart guy.
Greatness of this battle shows best.
Okay, so this guy is Hamas armed wing spokesman.
On the path of martyrdom, starting by our leadership top down, Yahya Sinwar, Al-Aruri, who has turned Sinwar, who has turned into an icon, a global icon, and among the convoy of martyrs were the top leadership of Hamas, among others, our fellow resistance fighters, whose blood, noble blood, mixed together to depict
Just
an
even the
image.
words this guy is using. Like I said, Hamas is aligned with Esau, negative soul root. Now, Esau hasn't split yet. Hasn't split yet. The positive soul root of Esau and the negative soul, it's all one together. So, but the point here is that Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and many other people around the world are aligned to the negative soul root of Esau. And Esau was about murder, mayhem. He was animalistic. He was a hunter. He had physical prowess. He was hairy. He was red. There was a fire in him. These things that this guy is talking about are about blood and fire and anger. And Esau was also always thinking that he was smarter than everybody. All right? That was another trait of Esau. And what does it say here? We fought with creativity, yet the enemy targeted its own people. We fought with creativity. See, what's coming out of the spokesman's mouth from Hamas is literally something that you could imagine Esau saying to Jacob on the battlefield.
To their hubris. All attempts to plant this cancerous entity into the region will be met by fierce resistance at the hands of free, honest, and noble men. The Zionist enemy has signed their own death warrant in the hearts and minds of all the people of the world. And in the face of this established fact...
Now think about this. Remember what I said about the Zionist movement. It's not, the Zionist movement is not biblical. That's not biblical. That's a modern human construct that's tied to the UN. All right? That's not biblical. What is biblical is that the boundaries are promised to the Jewish people for all time because of the covenant. And that there was going to be a rebuilding of the temple. Now this guy, the Hamas spokesperson, is trying to blame the Zionists, right? Now the Zionists, remember, the purest Zionists want statehood, but also less religion. So that means no Temple Mount. That means no rebuilding of the, no Messianic era. That's what that means. And Satan is working with the Zionist movement, pure Zionist movement, and with the negative soul root of Esau to fight each other. And he's blaming that, and blaming Zionism, even though Zionism in its purest form wants to water down Jewish religion. All right? But he doesn't even realize that he's cursing God at the same time. Because through this conflict that's going on, the orthodoxy is going to elevate, heterodoxy is going to decline, and that the Jewish people that are following Torah principles and the Christians that are following their religious principles are going to elevate. The same thing with Ishmael. Ishmael is aligned with Jacob now, and they all elevate together. But he doesn't even realize he just cursed God. Even though it's the people that he's blaming, quote, the Zionists, in its purest form, are trying to reduce the religion. The Zionists in its purest form are actually helping the Palestinians with their liberal policies and pacifism.
And also provide a safe passage of the Israeli captives in return for our brave Palestinian detainees. Yet, all is conditional upon reciprocation by the enemy, as they are obligated to commit and honor their obligations. Otherwise, the entire deal could be undermined. This will have a direct impact on the safety and well-being of the Israeli.
Dr. Paul Cottrell has a prediction. In the Trump administration, potentially in 2025 or 2026, the Ayatollah is going to be decapitated. The Ayatollah is going to no longer rule Iran. And the death of Esau is in our midst.
Yet they extend all appreciation to all the free people worldwide who supported them and expressed solidarity with them, namely the honest resistance fighter of Ansarullah and the great Yemeni people who we felt to be similar to Gaza and the Gazans in terms of fortitude, dignity, and pride. They dictated a new reality on the ground.
We're literally seeing the battle of Jacob and Esau now. It's literally happening right now. But it's through, so what happens is that when a previous soul dies and they haven't done everything that they should, what happens is that their soul root sparks get divided up, and then some of those sparks of their soul come back down and are reborn. And there are many people, so this is the reason why there are many Esau's and there are many Jacobs, because the soul roots, the soul of Jacob and Esau split into many sparks. All right? And so we're literally seeing the battle of these sparks in our plane, in our three-dimensional and time plane. We're literally seeing the battle of Esau and Jacob. Now, I'll be honest, I'm on Jacob's side. I'm not on Esau's side. But it's fascinating to see this play out in real time.
Appreciation to the free resistance fighters in Iraq and Jordan who penetrated the border lines and raised their arms in the right direction. And above all, we send all our appreciation to the free men among the Arab and Muslim people who have offered all forms of support, material and in kind. We in Al-Qassam Brigade continue to receive thousands, if not millions, of messages of support in all our efforts to stand up to the Zionist enemy. Extend similar appreciation to all the peoples from the Arabian Gulf to the Atlantic Ocean, from Tangier to Jakarta. We salute all free men and women across the globe who took to the streets for more than 15 months, expressing their solidarity to resistance and rejection to the occupation and the genocide war. They stood justly with our cause. In conclusion, to our people we say, we are one. Your pain is ours, and your hopes are ours. Together, hand in hand, we'll be able to rebuild what the enemy has destroyed. The injustice, the genocide, the crimes perpetrated by the enemy will open the gates of hell, and they will taste more bitter punishment. Despite the disappointment, yet...
Did you catch that, what he said? The gates of hell are going to be opened up if this continues? Who runs hell? it seems to be Satan. And doesn't Satan not want to die? And he has to align himself and trick some people on the side of Jacob and some people on the side of Esau to continue the fighting because Esau can't die. Because if that happens, it's end game for Satan. I'm not crazy, trust me, right? This guy is speaking like he is Esau. He's literally tapped into Esau.
Scripture, God, the omnipotent, grants victory to who he wishes. It is a holy war, will be rewarded either way, either victory or martyrdom.
The Al-Aqsa flood operation started from Gaza, but its ripples were felt far beyond, shattering the myth of Israel being the invincible army. The announcement, or the words there, by Abu Ubaidah, spokesperson for Hamas, who went on to say, war criminals will continue to be.
Now, are there war crimes on both sides? Absolutely. There are war crimes by the IDF that should be held responsible, and there are war crimes that are going on Hezbollah and Hamas' side that need to be investigated and be held responsible. All wars have war crimes. That's nothing new. But what is interesting is that we're seeing this play out, where you can see this battling that's taking place between Jacob and Esau, and their progeny. Their progeny physically through their genetics, but they're also the souls being reborn in countries and in individuals, and you see this battling that's taking place. Let me plug a couple products and then we'll continue on. Please help support my work, all right, and follow my lead with improving your health, all right. I have this protocol that helps to boost up your immune system, improves your endocrine system, slows down the aging process, does lots of great things for your body. So take the supplements that I take on a daily basis and follow my lead, stack it the way I'm stacking it, and boom, you're gonna see some major benefits. Vitamin B complex, really important to help boost up your mitochondrial health. You need that to boost up your ATP level so you have more energy. Also, B vitamins helps with your cellular metabolism, and B12 helps with your neural health. Really important as you get older, so please take my vitamin B complex. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It works really well when you stack it with like C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with mitochondrial health. It's going to get rid of cells that went into senescence. And when you do that, you are replenishing your tissues that have adult stem cells. And so the average telomere length, when you replenish those cells, you get rid of the cells that stop dividing, and you get rid of them, and new cells are provided in the tissue by the adult stem cells from the basal layer. What will happen is your tissue telomere lengths on average will increase. All right, that means the tissue is younger. It's really important to take resveratrol. This is a great supplement, but the power of resveratrol is taking it in a stack. You should be taking it with C60 or NAD+ or ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol that I have. Probiotics, really important for your gut health, all right? I have it in veggie cap form and in powdered form. I prefer the powdered form because I mix it with my hummus that I haven't eaten yet because I haven't had my lunch, but and I'm getting hungry. But the powdered form or the veggie cap form, both are very high quality. You want to take a good probiotic every day to bring down inflammation in your gut, to improve the metabolism of the gut, to improve the communication between your gut and your liver. Your liver is a major detoxification organ, Also, your mood will improve. You'll have more energy. You will reduce depression, reduce being lethargic. Another great aspect to taking a probiotic is to improve your immune system. If you're reducing inflammation, and by reducing that inflammation in your gut, you're maintaining the mucosal barrier on the lining of the inner part of your intestines. When you have a healthy mucosal lining, that means you have a better immune system, better composition of different bacteria within the gut, and you're reducing leaky gut syndrome, and you're reducing chances of problems like colon cancer or other GI type of diseases. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic either in the veggie cap form or the powdered form. It's really important. Boosts up your metabolism, improves the health of your gut, improves the health of your liver, improves your mood, improves mental clarity, really important. And a lot of people don't realize your skin, you can have skin problems because of bad gut biome. So you'll see skin improvements, hair improvements, nail improvements. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Really important. As an overall holistic approach to health, gut health is very, very important. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Well, Yossi Mechelberg is a senior consulting fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House. He joins us now from the British capital, London. Good to have you with us, Yossi. So, a moment of joy for the families of those 3 captives, a moment of hope perhaps for the families of other captives, and for the families of many Palestinians hoping for the return of their loved ones from Israeli prisons.
Yeah, good evening. I think it's a mixture of feelings now. First and foremost, relief that, we saw the delay in the beginning of the ceasefire. We were for days now cautiously optimistic, but when it started in the wrong way this morning, there then creeps in some real worries that it won't happen. But now the guns went silent. The first hostages are back. Then the release of prisoners, and hopefully we'll start seeing the entire truce agreement, the first phase implemented, and moving to the second phase. Really early days, but at least it started, and we can be a little bit more optimistic that the sides are committed to continue.
How optimistic are you that we will see phase 3 of this deal go through?
I think it's so early in the process, and we know that there are those who oppose this agreement altogether. We saw in Israel already one of the far-right parties left the coalition. Right now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has a very slim majority in the Knesset. And there is another far-right government within this coalition that opposes the agreement but decided to stay. As we move to second phase, which they oppose the idea of end of war, I think this will become even more difficult. The opposition would support Netanyahu as long as he proceeds with this, but then he would be afraid to lose the government and the coalition altogether. So, and thinking about the third phase, which is at the end of the day, is the most important one, because at the end of the day, it will bring an end to the conflict with the reconstruction of Gaza, when people in Gaza obviously are desperate for more humanitarian aid and to the beginning of the reconstruction of Gaza. I think we are still far from that.
But see,
I think we saw...
How worrying is it when we listen, to your point, when we listen to what the Israeli Minister of Finance has published as saying on January the 18th, in fact last night, quote, unfortunately, we were unable to prevent this dangerous deal, but we insisted and were able to ensure through a government decision in the cabinet and other ways that the war would not end in any way without achieving its full goals, foremost among the complete destruction of Hamas in Gaza. When you hear that he seems to understand, he's got an assurance that the war is going to go on until the destruction of Hamas, which obviously hasn't happened because you don't sign a deal with someone you've destroyed. How worrying is that the war may start after the inauguration of Trump, after the first phase goes through and some Israeli captives are released?
All wars truly end when one side 100% capitulates. Ceasefires don't work. Ceasefires never work.
Tweets today which full of contradiction between why he stayed and why he's against it and why he got commitments, but whether he believes these commitments or not. I think what we saw in the last 2 weeks, and this is important, when there is a will in the international community, when there is a will, especially in Washington, to make things happen, they do happen. And we saw this with this agreement. So now it's down to a large extent to Trump as a president to continue with this kind of pressure that any step of the way, any step in this phase is going to be fulfilled by everyone, by Israel and by Hamas. And I think at the end of the day, if Israel won't be able to implement this agreement to the letter, since there is a support for this agreement in the Knesset, because the opposition support it, and there is support among the population, then Israel will have to go for new election and elect the government that is ready to make this three-phase agreement a reality.
All right, thank you very much, Yossi Mecklenburg-Bear, for your analysis of this very fragile stage in the ceasefire deal. Now, Dr. Mads Gilbert is an emergency medicine doctor who's provided health care for over 30 years in Gaza. He joins us now from Norway. Good to have you with us. So I know you're in touch with people in Gaza. First of all, I want to get your assessment of what sort of medical assistance has come in today to people who need it badly.
Well, we don't really know exactly what has passed in, and as has been said previously in your program, the most important now is, of course, water, food, sanitary stuff like soap, the very basic preconditions for life for the many families who are now returning to the ruins of their homes. So the massive effort now to get in at least 600 truckloads per 24 hours with food, water, and fuel is paramount. As for the medical equipment, we know that we are in desperate need for fuel and food and water. In addition, drugs like antibiotics, there is a lot of infections in Gaza now, anesthetics, and medical equipment to fix the broken arms and legs and surgical equipment. So the massive needs for the hospital sector has to be met. And until now, as you know, the Israeli army has been taking out a lot of very needed medical equipment from the few trucks that entered. Let's hope that is reversed now and that the hospitals can start to function at a normal level.
We know that, you know, some of the medication, for example, that people desperately need for their life-threatening conditions, things, medicine like insulin and so on. I mean, this requires storage in special conditions, refrigeration and so on. Do those facilities even still exist in Gaza for, you know, for people to send stuff in?
I recently spoke to the Minister of Health in Gaza, who is a better source than me to answer the question, Dr. Youssef Abarish. And his point is that the most important thing now is not to think that all the hospitals and all the primary healthcare centers are completely destroyed. They are not. About half of them are actually functioning, albeit at a lower level. but it takes very little repair and restorement of the hospitals in order to pick up these functions like the cold chains for antibiotics and for insulin and the other functions. Hospitals like Al-Aqsa and Nasser and Gaza European and Shifa and the Baptist hospitals are functioning at a lower level than normal, but it will take very little to restore Palestinian healthcare, and we need to avoid now that the international relief industry sort of take over the Palestinian control of the healthcare system. So we have to listen to their demands, their needs, and then we have to support the reconstruction of the Palestinian healthcare system under Palestinian leadership and not to make Gaza and other NGO-controlled community.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mads Gidberg there. Thank you for coming and sharing your perspective. This is a historic day for more reasons than one. We're just about 24 hours away from the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. So let's bring you more on that and cross over to Al Jazeera's Cyril Vanier and the team there in Washington, D.C. Cyril.
Sammy, thank you very much. Look, we're following your reporting very keenly from here, from our little corner of Washington, D.C. You see the Capitol building right behind us? That is where Donald Trump, tomorrow, in just over 24 hours, because, by the way, it's 20 minutes to 12 noon right now in D.C., and at 12 o'clock tomorrow is when Donald Trump will put his left hand on the Bible. He will take the oath of office that will be administered to him by the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, and it is at that moment that he will become, that Joe Biden will cease to be the President of the United States, and that Donald Trump will become the 47th President of the U.S. And of course, the moment that happens is the moment that Donald Trump will really have his hands on the steering wheel of what's going on in the Middle East, where we know that the United States plays a major role. And in order to discuss that, I want to tap into the foreign policy expertise of our guests. We have Charles Cottrell on set, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, and Anatol Lieven, who's with us, the director of the Eurasia program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. There were a number of crises that we had prepared to talk about, major foreign policy issues on the Trump administration's horizon. In light of everything that is happening today, we want to focus, and we have to focus on Gaza. Your thoughts, Charles, to start with you. I would note, by the way, that you were also working in the Obama National Security Council and the Clinton National Security Council. Your thoughts on everything you've seen today?
You know, I would say I have a mix of relief and hope and worry. Relief and hope because we're seeing pictures of hostages coming home, of prisoners about to go back to their homes. People are now walking on the streets of Gaza and they're not worried about a bomb falling or a drone strike. The violence is coming to an end. And it's at least conceivable that after this tragedy, maybe some breakthrough will emerge. It's going to take time, but the landscape has changed. One can hope. Worry, because I don't know with confidence that this ceasefire will turn into a durable peace. It worries me that they harvested what they could agree on, which is this swap, but they didn't agree on the big, tough questions. Will Israel completely withdraw, or they keep a buffer zone and control of the border between Egypt and Gaza? Will there be a plan that Hamas and Israel can agree on about post-governance? Or is this going to fall apart and the war begin again? We don't know at this point.
And so your early thoughts on what we're seeing developing?
Well, obviously, I mean, tremendous relief and joy that the killing has stopped. But, I mean, one hears from within the Israeli government, from its more extreme elements, that they are determined, as indeed the Israeli government has also said, to achieve all the goals of their operation, including the complete destruction of Hamas. Well, that doesn't go very well with a peace settlement with Hamas. But, of course, the biggest question of all is, what will Trump's
why is the West failing in logic, assuming that there's going to be peace in the Middle East when you still have Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran?
We can be moderately confident that he doesn't want a new war, but how far he will go in actually putting pressure to restrain Israel, that we just do not know. And of course, we also, as Charles has said, we don't know what will happen in Gaza itself. And if the Israelis remain, whether Hamas will refrain from attacking them.
And Charles, picking up on this point that Donald Trump probably does not want a new war. It's really interesting. Why do I say this? Because Donald Trump appears belligerent. He appears bellicose. He often, in his public statements, sounds like he's about to pick a fight with half of the world if they don't do exactly what he wants. But at the same time, he's also saying, I don't start wars, I end wars, and I don't send troops abroad unnecessarily. In fact, I don't send troops abroad, period, right, if I don't have to. So there's both of these. He's a bellicose, sounds bellicose rhetoric, but self-styled as a man of peace.
There is this kind of contradiction to Trump in the sense that on the one hand, he is a neo-isolationist. His instincts are, let's tend our own garden. Why is he talking about taking Greenland and the Panama Canal and annexing Canada, right? Because he looks at a map, he's a real estate mogul, and he says, oh, that's nice property. What are we doing in the Middle East? What are we doing in Ukraine? What about Taiwan? And so his instincts are focused on the home front, but he can't. And that's because we've got wars going on in the Middle East, we've got wars going on in Ukraine, and so he's looking to sort of end these wars through bold American leadership. You know, I think one of the lessons that we learned from the last year and a half of the bloodshed in Gaza and the broader Middle East, the U.S. doesn't have final say. We've seen that Biden didn't have the juice that he expected, because I really think he tried to end the war.
Oh, well, that's what I was going to pick you up on. He didn't have it, or he didn't want to use it?
No, I think going back to earlier administrations, Obama, you know, the Israelis listen to the United States, but they don't do what they're told. I think Trump's going to find the same thing. Netanyahu wants to have a good relationship with him. That's one of the reasons that we are talking about a ceasefire today.
This international policy guru, right? He doesn't mention that the Rebbe in the 1980s told Netanyahu specifically, when you have the war, you cannot do what the international community is telling you to do, because they're not going to be telling you things that are in the best interests of solving the war. They'll only kick the can down the road. So he said, don't pay attention to the international community at the UN. He said, don't be hubris and don't be fearful. And as long as those three things are met, you will be victorious. If one of those are not met, you will fail. Now, the Rebbe told that to Netanyahu in the 1980s. And Netanyahu is taking that to heart because he failed in the 2000s and in 2016. Because they caved into pressure internationally, or they were too hubris, or they were fearful. But as long as you're not fearful, you're not hubris, and you don't pay attention to the international community, you will be victorious. That's why Netanyahu's doing it. Is because the Rebbe told him in the 1980s to do this. And he didn't follow the Rebbe in prior years when he was prime minister, and it failed. But everyone that's an international policy expert thinks they know better. But literally, Netanyahu's international policy playbook is his conversation with the Rebbe in the 1980s.
The principles of extraterritorial jurisdiction or universal jurisdiction. And that goes not just for the Israeli leaders, the architects of the genocide like Netanyahu and Smotrich and others, but also for the soldiers that enforced and executed the genocide and who filmed themselves in many cases gleefully carrying out the destruction of civilian homes and targeting Palestinian civilians, but also as well to the countries that were complicit with this genocide, including in particular, first and foremost, the United States. Joe Biden, Antony Blinken, and others as well must also be held accountable for their role in this genocide. And this process of accountability is going to continue for many years now. There's no statute of limitations on international crimes of this nature. And so we're going to see this process unfold over a number of years to come.
We've seen the orders issued in the course of this war from some of the top institutions of the international legal architecture saying Israel must allow investigative teams. You'll recall that order being issued in the summer, must allow investigative teams into Gaza. Are you hopeful that that might happen now?
Well, I think all of this will really depend on the extent to which Israel is pressured by the international community to comply with allowing international investigators to enter Gaza and to do their work. We have seen that Israel does not comply with international law on its own, and that in all circumstances, the extent to which it's going to comply results from the extent to which others hold it accountable. And that goes not only for allowing international investigators into Gaza, but the extent to which the ceasefire itself is going to be maintained, and whether it will be maintained, or whether we're going to see after this phase ends that Israel's going to go back to dropping bombs on Gaza and continuing its destruction there. It's already destroyed over 90% of the infrastructure in Gaza. So at this point, I'm not sure what is left for it to do in terms of destruction. And I really hope that the international community will hold it to account and ensure that this ceasefire is not just a temporary one, but a permanent one, and the beginning of the end of Israel's illegal occupation.
In the course of this war, we've already seen, for example, international human rights organizations like Amnesty International, like Human Rights Watch, talk about genocide. We had on November the 16th, 2023, 36 UN experts talk about genocide. Is it a matter of time before we will start to see court convictions on the grounds of genocide and ethnic cleansing?
Well, I certainly think it's a matter of time before we start to see some accountability for the crimes that were committed in Gaza. And, you mentioned Amnesty International and some of the other human rights organizations that are now coming to this conclusion that Israel's conduct amounts to genocide, a conclusion which, by the way, Palestinians as early as October 2023 were naming their experience.
Just imagine if the Mexicans shot thousands and thousands of rockets into Texas. Do you think that Mexico City would be standing after? Let's just say that they did this on October 7th. The Mexican shoots missiles and takes hostages from Texas. Do you think Mexico City would be standing? I don't think so. But you would have the international community saying that the Texans are committing genocide against the Mexicans. Now, people would say, Paul, how could you make such a comparison? The Mexicans think that Texas is being occupied, that it's their rightful ownership. Oh, so if it happens in another place of the world, it's different when it comes to the Amnesty International. The only way for the Middle East to reach homeostasis is an all-out war. And the international community just needs to let it play out. Now, most likely, what will happen is Jacob and Ishmael will win, and that Esau loses. But every time the international community comes in, and they're like, well, that might be a war crime. All wars have war crimes. All wars have war crimes. All right? But to say this is ethnic cleansing, that's totally BS. Because If they really wanted to do ethnic cleansing, all of Gaza would be dead. But they didn't do that. But just imagine if Mexico invaded and shot rockets and took hostages from Texas. You really think it would play out well for Mexico? Or would it be a wasteland like we're seeing in Gaza? I'm sure the Texans would level Mexico City. But you would have Amnesty International going, Texans, you're committing genocide. Yeah.
Decency, listening to the complicity of the Biden administration with genocide and apartheid, with fascists and fanatics, hiding under the weirdest.
See, all these international gurus, they all use the same, tropes. It's like, you know what? It's genocide and apartheid, and it's ethnic cleansing. Whenever it's against what they want. Now, if you want to look at this from a metaphysical point of view, a religious point of view, a lot of people don't want to see the temple being rebuilt. They don't want to see a greater Israel going to the borders that are mentioned in the Bible. Because you know why? Most people are secularists. Most people are non-religious. Most people don't want to be reminded that maybe their life that they're conducting is wrong. And that when you have this reboot that takes place and this energy force that comes in, don't you think that people's souls, even if they're non-religious, will start to vibrate and realize that the way they conduct their life is wrong? So there's an evil part. There's a klipa, there's a shell that's trying to protect them from this inevitable spiritual reboot. And so that klipa, that soul of the non-religious is tempted by Satan and is saying, well, you should use international policy to prevent Israel from rebooting. And in effect, you won't have to feel the negative harmonic because you're non-religious. And just blame it on the Jews. Just blame it on Israel. Just blame it on whatever. And Satan tricks the non-religious. Satan tricks the soul root of Esau to keep on fighting, to keep on preventing the reboot, because Satan dies when the reboot happens. The non-religious, if they're still alive, realize that they have to repent because of this negative harmonic that they're getting. So you think that most of these people most of these secularists that have, that are pontificating about what's going on in the Middle East, you think that they're really going to have a better life in the immediate term when the reboot happens on the Temple Mount? Or will they have some sort of epiphany that majority of their life has been naught? That the majority of their life is being led in a wrongful way, and that they would have to change their lifestyle, their religious practices. Now, different religions will reconfigure to the harmonic differently. Jewish people will reconfigure to one way. Christians will configure it to a different way. Ones of the Islamic faith will configure it to a different way. But everyone's going to be reconfiguring for the positive, to be in sync with the harmonic. But most of the secularists, most of the Hellenistic side of of mankind, of Moderna, right? Most of them are going to realize that they're living in sin. Most of them are going to have an epiphany that they have to change their ways. But let's just keep on demonizing everybody and not look from within. Because a lot of the problems that we have in the world is because of the amalgamation of the negative things that everybody is doing in the world.
This is, by the way, this is an incredibly important question, because I think as we cover the news today in Gaza, and we just covered Abu Ubaidah, the Hamas spokesperson, boasting, proud, defiant, even celebrating the sacrifices of the Palestinian people for what they will accomplish for the Palestinian cause, and so on and so forth. And as we cover the tears and the celebrations in Gaza as well as in Tel Aviv and so on and so forth, one gets the sense, passionately, emotionally, that maybe this is on the right track. But to your question, I think as fear moves away, as people slightly less or more free of fear in Gaza, they start thinking more rationally, and they go back to their destroyed neighborhood, and they figure out, now that the bombing stopped, they have nothing. That they have nothing. And not only they have nothing in terms of physical belongings, in terms of memories, in terms of pictures, in terms of furniture, in terms of food, in terms of everything, they have nothing. They lost everything. They also have, on top of that, they have newly acquired diseases and sicknesses and suffering and loss of loved ones. And the uncertainty that there's some 10,000, 11,000 people missing in the debris under the destroyed homes and hospitals and schools and so on and so forth in Gaza. And then the wounds will start getting bigger, and the consciousness of the suffering and the pain will be...
And all of this wouldn't have happened if there wasn't October 7th. And all of this wouldn't have happened if the international community didn't keep on kicking the can down the road. Decade after decade after decade, going all the way back to the 1950s, 1960s.
As the rest of Palestine. So this is going to be a very, very difficult process. That's why sometimes we say, so far and up to the signing, this was the easy part. Now when people really become more conscious of how horrific the reality is, free of fear, but burdened with the bitter reality, it's going to be very painful to live and to watch.
It's always good to talk to you, Marwan. Thanks for putting these critical moments into perspective for us. Marwan Bishara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst there. And if you're just joining us, welcome to our special coverage of the ceasefire in Gaza. Now, in its 7th hour, 3 female captives have been reunited with their mothers in Israel.
They have to count the number of hours of the ceasefire because you don't never know when it's going to collapse. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that I take. Follow my protocol. Follow what I'm doing to help improve your health and wellness. Taking omega-3 is really important to help with your cardiovascular health. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. When you do that, you're improving your total cholesterol and you're helping your cardiovascular health. By improving your HDL levels, you're able to soak up bad cholesterol. By lowering your LDL, you're reducing the chances of having LDL oxidized and building up plaque. So that's great. So improve your cardiovascular health, all right? You don't want a heart attack. Lots of people have cardiovascular disease in the United States. It's a big problem. Diabetes is another one that's a big problem. But you can mitigate it by proper diet, exercise, and supplementation. So please go to my store, get omega-3, take it every day, and improve your cardiovascular health. Another great supplement that I have to improve your immune system is magnesium and zinc. Take this every day, drink it with filtered water, and if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, you're take a double dose. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium zinc, boost up your immune system. Really important to be taking all the time, and if you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Digestive enzyme complex. When we get older, once you get to about 40 plus, your pancreas doesn't work as well, all right? You need to reduce the load on your pancreas. Your pancreas creates different types of enzymes, it does lots of things, but it secretes enzymes and insulin, right? So when it's secreting these enzymes, these digestive enzymes, it's breaking up carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins. But when you get older, the pancreas doesn't work as well. But you still need to eat, right? So what you need to do is take a supplement like digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. All right? By doing that, you're going to maintain the health of your pancreas, and you'll be able to digest and absorb those nutrients from your food. If you work out, either young or older, taking digestive enzyme complex is going to help to improve refueling your body. In addition, reducing the stress on your pancreas. So taking digestive enzyme complex is really important if you're an athlete or if you're 40 plus and you need to maintain the health of your pancreas. In addition, digestive enzyme complex has enzymes that break up glycoproteins. You remember the spike protein? Oh, guess what? You can break up spike glycoproteins with digestive enzyme complex. In addition, digestive enzyme complex has bromelain in it. Bromelain helps to break up clots. This is the reason why I told everybody 5 years ago to take digestive enzyme complex during the crisis. Break up clots and break up glycoproteins. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and guess what? Reduce the load on your pancreas and get healthy. Lignans. It's a powder. This helps to boost up your immune system. It brings down inflammation, and it's a strong antioxidant. This powder you mix with food, or you can mix it in a smoothie or just with filtered water. But this is a powder that you should be taking every day. It's going to help with your immune system and your endocrine system. So please go to my store. Please take this. It's really important to boost up your immune system. By having a good immune system, you're gonna be able to attack pathogens better. You're gonna be able to attack cancerous cells better. When you have a good immune system, then you're gonna age slower. All right? When you have a weakened immune system, then your body gets into a disease state easier, and it takes longer to recover, and there's lots more oxidative stress on the body, and you age faster. So by slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system, you're going to have more longevity when you get older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the lignin powder, take it every day. I put it in soft foods like yogurt or hummus, but some people just put it in filtered water, or you can mix it in a smoothie, or just mix it with other foods that you eat. But it's important to take every day. Improve your endocrine system and improve your immune system. Take lignans every day. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera, because again, I think their coverage is probably the best.
The war, that's something the right wing has been protesting. Itamar Ben-Gvir said that he also wanted those assurances that Israel would go back to war, to full-scale war and a siege of Gaza. Ben-Gvir was arguing that he didn't want any humanitarian aid to go into Gaza. This is rhetoric we had been hearing from the right in Israel since the beginning of the war. But nonetheless, Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition for now still remains intact, because you have to remember there's a new party that's been brought into the coalition, the New Hope Party of Gideon Saar, who is now the country's foreign minister. So with the inclusion of the number of parliament members in his party, Benjamin Netanyahu still has a majority within the Israeli Knesset, which means that he is still going to remain in power.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, Hamda Salhoud. Now, the ceasefire deal was proposed in May of last year, but the parties wrangled over several clauses before reaching a consensus. Bernard Smith breaks down what was finally agreed to.
Phase 1 of the ceasefire deal will see the release of some Israeli captives, Palestinian prisoners, the gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from central Gaza, a surge in humanitarian aid, and the return of displaced Palestinians to the north of the Strip. 33 Israeli captives will be released over a 6-week period. Israel will free almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. 600 truckloads of humanitarian aid a day will come into Gaza. Israel will withdraw from the Netzarim corridor. Palestinians living in northern Gaza will be able to go to what's left of their homes. Now, when the last of the 33 captives are released on day 42, Israeli forces will begin withdrawing from the Philadelphia corridor. This is a contentious part of the deal for the Israeli government. Negotiations for Phase 2 will begin on day 16 of Phase 1. It's expected to lead to the release of all remaining Israeli captives and more Palestinian detainees, as well as a permanent ceasefire and the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces. Phase 3 will address the long-term reconstruction of Gaza. Qatar, Egypt, the United States will supervise the implementation of the deal, which could falter at any time if either side accuses the other of breaking the ceasefire.
Al Jazeera correspondent Nida Ibrahim was in the occupied West Bank covering the Palestinian prisoner released during the November 2023 ceasefire. She joins me now here in the studio. So you've been following this, right from the beginning, Nida, and tell us how tense and complicated is this process for releasing Palestinian detainees?
Now, as you have been seeing the pictures from Al-Fir prison, the waiting game begins. Yes, the Palestinians, families have had the list of names of who's going to be released tonight. 90 Palestinians, most of them are women, and we have 12 Palestinian young men and children under 19 years of age. But
so it must be very nerve-wracking, nevertheless.
Indeed, because you don't know when they're going to be released. And in some of those instances that we've covered near the Al-Fir military prison, the list would be only released just an hour before the releases. So you have like a lot of tension and emotions boiling amongst families who don't know if their loved ones are going to be released or not. So we're talking about families that are not even allowed to show any celebration. We've heard today from many families there that they've received calls from the Israeli intelligence officers telling them that they cannot show any sign of joy, any signs of happiness. Remember, these are families who are welcoming their loved ones home, and they cannot show any sign.
So the occupation is even telling them how to react to the release of their loved ones.
And indeed, we've seen one prisoner who is expected to be released tonight, Samir al-Awajami. She's been questioned over what the Israelis said at the time, that they were showing certain joy upon her release. Remember, she has family members who are coming from all over to welcome her and welcome her. So, and then you see her getting arrested again. She's going to be released again. But we know that the Israeli military soldiers are all over the Al-Fir military prison, in and around it. And in the last ceasefire deal, we've seen a lot of them chasing Palestinians who are welcoming their loved ones with tear gas, making it harder for journalists even to cover the story. So it's a very tense situation. And some of those nights that we were staying near the Al-Fir military prison, we stayed until 2 and 3 a.m. local time, Sammy.
And just to clarify, we talk about these people as prisoners. There have been plenty of international and Israeli human rights groups which have talked about prisoners being held, I think Beit Salam talked about it, prisoners being held helpless in conditions of administrative detention, with other international human rights groups calling this administrative detention system as a tool of the occupation and apartheid. that's going on. So talk to us about the conditions and the idea of a due process that exists for these prisoners.
You know, I recall specifically a prisoner who said that he spent 2 decades in jail, but the year from October the 7th until he has been released was harder than all of his 20 years in prison combined. So you are talking about a situation where prisoners did not have enough food, did not have visitation rights when it comes to their families coming and seeing them. They did not have all of the, what we call as achievements of the prisoner movement across the years, to have a TV, to have a certain situation that could allow them to organize their day-to-day life. All of these were withdrawn from them, but not only that, we've seen a lot of beating and torture. And not only that, Sami, just a few hours ago, the Palestinian Prisoners Affair said that another Palestinian prisoner, this time a 22-year-old, has been pronounced dead in an Israeli jail. And we've seen many instances where the prison service would say, oh, they died, and the Palestinians say he must have died under torture and abuse.
On that point, what kind of rehabilitative process is there for some of these prisoners who are being released? Assumedly, you know, many of them would be going back to Gaza, which is a devastated, obviously, scene, and some of them emerging from the sort of conditions you mentioned. And an internal UN report in March 2024 described Palestinian detainees being exposed to beatings, dog attacks, and even sexual assault. Do they get rehabilitative kind of therapy? What do they return to?
Well, Sami, remember, you're talking about a nation under a military occupation, and I here must remind our viewers of a story we often talk about. It's a quote from a leading Palestinian psychiatrist, Dr. Samah Jaber, who says there is no P in PTSD. So Palestinians do not even and cannot have a post-traumatic stress disorder because they are already traumatized. They cannot go back to a place of safety where they can feel that they are okay now and safe. So speaking about the mental health is a big issue for Palestinians. The main concern now is that their loved ones do not get rearrested again. And we have been speaking to some of those Palestinian families who are undergoing the stress, who are waiting for their loved ones to be back home, and we prepared this report. Mariam Awais has 3 sons in Israeli jails. 2 are expected to be released in the ceasefire deal. Abdul Karim and his brother Hassan are both serving life terms. A prisoner swap is their only way out.
What's going on with Sky News? Come on. All right, let's go to live now.
It's not a deal which we're delighted about because we're releasing terrorists with blood on their hands.
Well, a young teenager is one of them, to be fair. I doubt if that person is and most of them are women. So perhaps not in this first phase.
Indeed. There's been a corresponding
and some of them have been picked up sitting in their cars waiting at a checkpoint. You know, so has there been, as the Palestinian Prisoners Society told me yesterday in Bethlehem when I went there, has there been a policy of revenge against the Palestinian people in the West Bank and East Jerusalem because of October the 7th?
So frankly, that's an offensive assertion. This is a democratic government that lives by the rule of law. We have an independent judiciary. You might have heard that this is there's a big issue here in Israel. So frankly, that is an offensive comment. We have a police force, a legal system where we take law and order extremely seriously. So look, when Israel apprehends people on suspicion of terrorism or after having committed real crimes, then they go through due process. Okay, this is the only democracy in hundreds of miles in any direction. Okay, so that sort of assertion to us is absolutely not.
So are you suggesting that those people who've been taken from Gaza and held, no one seems to know, have they gone through due process as well?
Well, look, we've taken a lot of people, a lot of Hamas people, suspected Hamas people, as prisoner. But that's been very, very important because they've shared with us a lot of information. We wanted to get information out of them to see when is the next terrorist attack, where our hostages are, give us the strength of Hamas. And so that's been very, very important. And also, let's not forget, Israel did not expect this war. Okay, we weren't ready to take on tens of thousands of Hamas prisoners. So each of them will go through due process. It's our duty as a democratic country, the duty we take very, very seriously.
So we're watching pictures of a jail right now where there will be that release as part of this prisoner exchange. You are confirming that those who have been taken from Gaza, we've seen some of them stripped naked, sat in the streets, have we not? You're confirming they will go through due process.
So if they've been stripped naked, it's because we worry that they have a suicide belt on them. Okay, we've got no interest. Gazans are not going anywhere, Israelis are not going anywhere. Ultimately, we will have to live together. But it's our duty to make sure, it's our duty to the Israeli people to make sure that terrorists are apprehended and arrested and there's due process.
Yes, we're just watching pictures now of the Israel-Gaza border. It is at the Reunion Crossing, I understand, that we're expecting to see perhaps some of the pictures as the women are handed over. And how important is it that they managed to meet their mothers who've flown down to see them so quickly?
Look, Israel has been waiting for this moment for many, many months now, 15 months now. I've been in touch with some of the hospitals, Beilinson and Sheba Hospital. Both of them have been doing everything they can to get the system ready to receive them and to give them every possible care. That's psychological care, medical care, and of course to facilitate their families as well.
Let's show you then the pictures of those mothers waiting at that reception point that the IDF has set up. There they are crowding around. Let's just watch that moment. What an amazing moment for them, because what you have to understand about all the families is they do not know if their loved one is alive, and this is the first proof of life in 15 months that they finally can see that their daughters are safe and sound, as Daniel Benari put it.
So incredibly emotional scenes for Israelis, excuse me. There are incredibly emotional scenes because all of us here in Israel, this is an open wound in our society. Look, Israel's government, to its credit, have done everything in our power to bring these people home. Let's not lose sight for a moment that they were taken by jihadists, a jihadist terrorist organization that, to be honest, hate their own people, maybe even more than they hate Israelis. They try to maximize the number of deaths amongst their own people. They say it very, very clearly. But also, their ambition...
Now think about what I was saying about the negative and positive part of Esau. The Palestinians are Esau, all right? And Esau negative is willing to take down Esau positive to stay alive. Because it can't it can't allow for the positive Esau to align with Jacob and Ishmael, because it knows it will die. So it will try to bring down its own society. I'll tell you, these people are something else. The only way to get rid of negative Esau is to completely kill them. All right, the negative Esau. All right, so let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
On the struggle between the outgoing and the incoming presidents over who can claim this for their legacy, and where does that leave, do we think, Donald Trump's position towards ensuring that this deal goes through to the end so that he has a legacy?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. On one level, they worked incredibly closely together, two administrations. You had Brett McGurk, who is representing President Biden, and Steve Witkoff, the envoy of President-elect Trump, involved in the negotiations that took place in Doha. But yes, who claims this for their historical legacy? And the thing that changed, in my view, was President Trump and the pressure that Mr. Witkoff, who is not a known diplomat, he was previously a businessman and property developer, the pressure that he applied on Netanyahu, pressure that comes ultimately from President Trump. But, of course, from 24 hours' time, President Trump now has this file, and we know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has warned that there may not be a phase 2 of this deal. There may just be the first 42 days, and then Israel may decide to restart the conflict. I think that puts President Trump in a difficult position. He's made it clear he wants to be a peacemaker. He relishes that role. He's talked about wanting to win the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think also President Trump would come under a great deal of public pressure, internationally, of course, but among the American public, now seeing scenes of joy on the streets of Gaza after so many people dead. If that changed to another bombardment, how would President Trump, if he supported Israel, how would he sell that to the American people? All questions for the new US president taking office under 24 hours from now.
Good stuff there from James Bays, our diplomatic editor. Thanks so much, James. Let's take it to Daniel Levy now. He's a former Israeli negotiator and president of the US Middle East Project. He joins us now from London. Daniel, I'm sure you follow the polls in Israel that even before this prisoner release and ceasefire deal, the polls showed that a majority of the Israeli public wanted a ceasefire deal, wanted to see the captives returned home. What do these images now do to the public opinion, to the support base for the government? And how does that impact any inclination any cabinet member might have to try and scupper this before we reach the end?
Sammy, this is an emotional day across so many spaces. I've been with your network often during these times. Can I just take one moment to acknowledge on this day the remarkable courage and bravery of your correspondents on the ground? Those of us who primarily take our news in English, who have been so reliant on Hind Khudri, Hani Mahmoud, Tariq Abu Azoum, and others, including those who have lost their lives. And I think it's very appropriate to pay tribute to them today. Now, Israel...
Thank you, Daniel, for acknowledging that. Thank you. I'm sure they'll be grateful.
Thank you, Sammy. We're in the very first hours of the families being reunited. And of course, this is hope for the people in Gaza, the Palestinian prisoners being released.
I think Al Jazeera is a good source to get data points because it is an English version of the news in the Middle East. But to say that they're not biased, guess what? They are. But it's an important data point.
The hostages have almost become household names in every family. How that will play out in terms of whether it really makes it difficult for Netanyahu to wriggle out of the rest of this deal, I think is one of the biggest unknowns. And it's one of the reasons that Netanyahu was so reluctant to get to this moment, because what has been set in motion today, as we all know, is extremely fragile. But we also know, and this is really rare, Sam, the reason for that fragility. There's incredible transparency and clarity to what has prevented a deal, and that is Netanyahu, the Israeli governing coalition. You have factions. One faction has left and said, we'll rejoin if you restart the war. Another faction has said, we're staying, but we'll leave if you don't restart the war. So Netanyahu's coalition stability depends on him breaking the accord. And so we know that he will do everything to bring this down.
Let me jump in, Daniel, because this is what, to your point, this is what the Israeli Prime Minister had to say last night. It was a key point. Let's listen in. I want to ask you about it.
And the third principle is to maintain the Philadelphia axis and the security buffer zone. When I say maintaining the Philadelphia axis, not only are we not reducing the forces there, we will even increase them a little.
Everything that's being reported, Daniel, about the agreement says that Israel will ultimately fully withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor. That is contradicted by what Netanyahu said last night. How should we interpret that? Is that an escape route already being planned from the implementation?
Right, so Netanyahu throughout the negotiations, and we know now, without a shadow of doubt, that a deal was there to be done. First of all, we could have just stuck with the deal in November of 2023. Netanyahu chose to break that. We know that for several months, under the newer circumstances, there has been the possibility of reaching a deal. Netanyahu continued to both change the reality on the ground and throw new spanners in the works, throw new obstacles in the way of a deal. One of them was this issue of Philadelphia. So if one goes into the granular detail of that, there is some uncertainty because there are security annexes and there are maps that were drawn up between Israel and Egypt in terms of Israel's redeployment. But we know one thing for sure, and that is that on day 50, if the deal continues beyond this 42 days, Israel has to be fully out of the Philadelphia corridor. Therefore, Netanyahu is signaling his intention to ensure that beyond the first phase of the deal, there is no further ceasefire. And you know what? If you strip away all the propaganda, all the deceit, all the lies from Washington and Israel's other allies, the best guide to understanding what has been going on is to actually listen to the stated intentions of Israel's leaders, from the president and the prime minister and down to cabinet ministers and members of the Knesset. And they have told us of the fact that they will draw no distinction between civilian and combatants in Gaza. They have told us of their genocidal intentions, and Netanyahu is telling us now that he does not intend to see this through, so his feet will have to be held to the fire.
All right, Daniel, we're out of time, but thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis. That's Daniel Levy, former Israeli negotiator. Let's bring you up to speed with some of the live pictures that we're monitoring right now. Historic moment. We've seen 3 Israeli captives released and returned to Israel. And a moment of joy and celebration for some of those families of the captives, a moment of extreme hope for those Palestinian families waiting for 90 of their relatives to be released from Ofra prison. We'll bring you more updates on this ceasefire at the top of the hour.
All right, let's take a look at what Sky News is playing here.
The latest news.
And this is divided. And I think this is the lesson to be learned. As for counter-terrorism and counter-radicalization, yeah, this will have to take place too.
Well, we know that the outgoing US Secretary of State Antony Blinken revealed earlier this week his blueprint for the future, which he will hand over to the incoming Trump administration, one of which was that the Palestinian Authority would govern Gaza. Obviously, for Israel, Hamas is unacceptable in...
This war is going to continue, trust me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals, but it also brings down inflammation that's important for your immune system and for your cardiovascular system. And ashwagandha root controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. So if you stack them together, you're bringing down inflammation and you're improving your cardiovascular health and helping with your immune system. Taking turmeric and ashwagandha is one of the 3 pillars of slowing down the aging process. The first pillar is neutralizing pathogens with structural nanosilvers. The second pillar is to bring down inflammation with turmeric and ashwagandha and lignans. And the third pillar is to soak up free radicals with C60, which is a very strong antioxidant. Those 3 together, those pillars together, is the core to boosting up your immune system and slowing down the aging process, and then you add stuff to that, stack other things to supercharge it. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric and the ashwagandha. Take them together to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. And when you do that, and you're keeping that inflammation down, you're slowing down the aging process too. Now, as we get older, we atrophy with our muscles, so it's important to take Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle and to maintain muscle mass and improve the health of your mitochondria, so you'll have more ATP. You can use Myotrol as a workout supplement when you're older or when you're younger. Let's say you're an athlete, taking Myotrol will help you build muscle, and it stacks really well with Gladiator barley. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol to help build muscle and maintain muscle mass. That's important for people that are athletes and ones that are getting older, 40 plus. C60, very strong antioxidant. You can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 is a molecule that's suspended in a oil. You take a teaspoon a day, you take it every day, and it'll soak up free radicals. It's very potent, and what will happen is that your energy levels will go up, your mitochondrial health will go up, your less stress on the cells will perform better, your tissues will perform better, your glands will perform better, your endocrine system will perform better, your immune system will perform better. So soaking up those free radicals are really important to boost up the immune system and slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, get the C60 either in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's very important, and again, this is the third pillar to the protocol. Please go to my store and get the C60 and take it every day. Take a teaspoon of it every day. Really important to soak up those free radicals. And if you're not feeling well, you know what? When you're sick, you know, you're producing more free radicals. So you want to soak those up. In addition, soaking up free radicals on a regular basis will help with your cardiovascular, because by reducing the free radicals, it's reducing the chances of LDL being oxidized. So stacking C60 with supplements that reduce your LDL is really beneficial. So if you stack this with omega-3 or olive leaf extract, it's really powerful, because you're bringing down the free radicals and you're bringing down the LDL, so you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. So it helps with your cardiovascular health. So please, pay attention to what I'm saying. Take C60 every day. It's part of the third pillar of my protocol. And lastly, collagen powder. All right, the collagen peptide powder has a big scooper in here. You take it every day. This is about a month's supply, and it has a great amino acid profile. This is very important for your joints, your bones, your skin, your hair, your nails, your ligaments, your tendons. All right, so it's really important to take every day. And this is one of the components that's in my skincare anti-aging box, beginners or advanced. So get the anti-aging beginners or advanced box to improve your skin health, but taking the collagen separately is fine. In addition, you can mix this with filtered water, or mix it in hummus or yogurt. Some people mix it with milk. Some people just mix it with food. But the idea is it's a powder. You take it every day. This is about a month's supply. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality collagen. All right, let's go back to Sky News here.
It has been taken. Yossi Metalberg from Chatham House, thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on those pictures from off the prison in the West Bank, but let's just show you another photograph that we have received rather, of Emily Damari alongside her mother Mandy, holding up her hand to her brother and his family. And as you can quite clearly see, Emily sustained damage to her hand. We certainly know that she was shot in the hand on the 7th of October. So after 15 months, that injury is still quite clear to see. Questions perhaps about the treatment that she received or the quality of the care that she was given. Let's get reaction then from Alistair Bunkle, who joins me now. Smiling and the reaction of her family. You know, they've got their hands, you know, across their face, watching her injury there.
Yeah, it looks freshly bandaged. She would have been given immediate medical care, as they all would have done, as soon as they reached Israeli-controlled territory. They would have been met by doctors, so I'm guessing, but it looks as though she probably immediately had some medical attention on her left hand. It looks from that image as though two of her middle fingers are missing. As you say, we know that she was shot when she was taken on October the 7th. We do also know from the past that hostages taken into Gaza, some of them were taken to hospital in Gaza on October the 7th or the days afterwards. So it looks like she might have had some degree, we don't know how much, maybe limited, some medical care in Gaza as well. But, you know, Emily Damari, that's a sort of slightly bittersweet photo, isn't it? She's looking happy. Hey, look, she's slightly styling it out, but obviously the injuries that she sustained when she was taken on that day when so many people didn't survive, and many of those that were taken into Gaza, who are still in Gaza, we know went in with injuries. Many of them were shot when they went in. Some of them, like I think of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who lost his arm when he was taken on October the 7th, but Emily Damari there, in that still of a FaceTime video that she's having with her family, showing her bandaged left hand and what appears to be two of her middle fingers missing from it.
And indeed we know another of those who was freed today, Robbie Gunnen, now 24 years old, was also shot. She was on the phone to her mother, trying to flee the Nova Music Festival. She was in the car with friends we know. She told her mother at 10:15 in the morning that they'd been shot and she was bleeding. They shot me, Mom, and I'm bleeding. Everyone in the car is bleeding. And when the car was later found, it was empty. And clearly, only one of those taken hostage. So two of those freed today, we know, had been shot on October the 7th.
And those phone calls to their parents, to their relatives, the last time that anybody had heard from them, their pleas for help and to be saved as gunfire was going on and explosions were going on around them. And that would have been the last time that her mother would have heard from her before she went into Gaza on October the 7th until today. And they come out, and we've seen them come out walking from one car into another car, into a car controlled by the International Red Cross. They are now, as we've said, receiving that medical attention. We haven't had confirmation that they have arrived at the hospital near here in Ramat Gan, that they will be taken, we understand, airlifted to hospital here for further medical treatment.
We've been looking at pictures of offer prisoners as well on the West Bank. The process of the Palestinian prisoners being freed, the activity is strong, though we don't know at what point that will happen. It is mainly women today, and some younger people as well, we understand. It looks like vehicles are moving.
Yeah, finally, because this is a really important part of the day and a really important part of the entire ceasefire process. We must not lose sight of the fact that this is an exchange. Hostages for Palestinian prisoners. Many of those prisoners being released today, young, women, children in many cases. A lot of them have been taken into Israeli prisons. They haven't yet been charged. They've been denied access to lawyers. They've been denied access to their family members. But they are now part of this swap deal. And if this ceasefire is going to continue beyond its first day and into the weeks ahead,
then every step of the process needs to work. And this is a major step of the process.
Oh, why did they end? Why did this stream end here? I don't understand.
I'm not released in the next swap in 7 days' time, but we do know that the identity of the prisoners being released today, some of them will go back to the West Bank, some of them, I think 15, are heading home to East Jerusalem, and they're being escorted by the Israeli prison service. We know that.
I want to see if. Let's see. Let me jump to France 24.
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
For the ones who rise to every challenge, there's Granger. For the ones who get it done.
Your safety, securing your basic fundamental needs and belongingness, and also maintaining your basic needs. It's never about, you know, the luxury of living. It's never about the.
I'm not really sure why Sky News stopped with its live stream. Hold on.
Were given the figures yesterday, in fact, while we were at the Palestinian Prisoners Society. 735 freed. You're looking at more pictures, Alistair?
Well, there's tears going up in here where they are showing live Israeli television, and we are watching on the big screen a Red Cross Land Cruiser, and emerging from it the three Israeli hostages there. I can see in the middle Emily Damari wearing a green tracksuit. And that was the moment. It looked as though it was the moment when they were transferred from the care of the Red Cross, who received them from Hamas, and then passed them on to the Israeli military. There are hugs from one of the hostages with an IDF soldier, it looks like. But more images. I think images, in fairness, that we didn't expect we would see. We thought that by the time they got to this stage in the release process, it would be more tightly controlled by the Israeli military. The Israelis would be very conscious of the condition that the three hostages will be in. You know, I always come back to how it must have been for them. We here have known, this are the pictures I was just looking at and describing, we have known what's been going on. The world has followed every twist and turn of the ceasefire negotiations. The world knew that at 8:30 this morning the ceasefire was due to start, then it was delayed, then it came into force. But for the hostages inside Gaza, it's very likely that they knew none of this until only a few hours ago. Hostages released in the past have spoken of their day of release being the most terrifying day for them in captivity, because they didn't know what was happening when they were suddenly removed from wherever they'd been kept and they were driven through the streets of Gaza. Some of them thought they were being taken to be executed. They had no awareness of what was going on, and so it must have been incredibly overwhelming, that moment of realization for the three young women that they were going.
But we're supposed to believe that Hamas is humane when they don't even say to the hostages that are going to be released, you know, not to worry, we're transporting you for release. Yeah, Hamas is not humane. Stop kidding yourself. The only way to deal with Hamas is to kill them all. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. NAC helps to boost up your glutathione levels. I've added this to my stack to boost up my glutathione levels. It's another way to soak up free radicals, really important. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen, and NAC helps with anxiety. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get NAC, add it to your stack, like I have, to soak up free radicals on a different pathway. This is synergistic with C60. Another very important dual-purpose supplement that I have is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract should be taken every day to help improve your immune system and your cardiovascular health. It brings down inflammation and also lowers LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So take olive leaf extract, improve your cardiovascular health, and improve your immune system. It's very important to detoxify your body. Now, some people detoxify their body once or twice a year. Others detoxify their body on a regular basis throughout the year. It's called maintenance. So zeolite is something you should be taking to detoxify your body. You can take it once or twice a year, as a detox protocol, or take it throughout the year. This zeolite you can take every day, all right? If you're gonna take it every day, take 2 drops, small drops, underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. This will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals, all right? And taking it every day. If you're gonna detoxify your body once or twice a year, then what you should do is take about 4 small drops underneath your tongue, 4 or 5 small drops, drink filtered water, and do that each day until the bottle's done, and do that once or twice a year. But it's better if you take it every day, all right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the zeolite, remove the heavy metals from your body, toxins and chemicals. And it's very important to filter your water, drink filtered water, and also reduce eating processed foods. Processed foods have a lot of chemicals in it. Unfiltered water has a lot of chemicals in it. And when you reduce the amount of ingestion of these toxins, of these chemicals, you have less problems with your endocrine system and your immune system. So if you want to boost your immune system and your endocrine system, you should be detoxifying your body and filtering your water and eating higher quality food. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite, detoxify your body, and get healthy.
That has to be managed very carefully indeed. At the hospital, they lay on everything that they want. So last time, back in November 2023, they had people there to do manicures. If the women wanted their nails done to feel human again, they had people there to do that. Anything that they want, they make sure that that is catered for, but they do it in a very slow, gradual and deliberate process, so that the freed hostages are not coming back into freedom, all of a sudden. It is bit by bit a reintegration into society, a reintegration with their family, and these days now there'll be euphoria. They are free, but in a couple of days, they can come crashing back down to earth, and the realization of what they've been through will suddenly hit them, and that's when it can get very difficult.
Alistair, thank you very much indeed. You mentioned just briefly Marwan Barghouti, the person you see as you head towards the West Bank, lauded really amongst Palestinians. The Palestinian Prisoner Society seemed quite confident he might be freed in phase 2, but very high profile, very high value as part of any hostage swap. Certainly, we'll keep an eye on the later phases of this as we watch these pictures of Raim in Israel. We know that the hostages have been taken there. They will be flown away by helicopter to come not far from here to Sheba Hospital. In the meantime, we've heard from President Joe Biden today, the outgoing US president, just one evening still for him as the US president. He's talked about the fact that today the guns have gone silent. So let's get a reaction from our correspondent, David Blevins, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. David, what did he say? What was his reaction to what we're seeing here in Israel and Gaza?
Well, President Biden is in South Carolina today, a place of enormous significance for him personally. It's where he won the primary, which propelled him to the White House. But he is spending his final day as occupant of the White House, marking what he described as the culmination of the most difficult negotiation of his 50-year political career. He said they had managed to get to this point without the wider war in the Middle East, which many people had predicted. He spoke about it falling to the next administration to ensure that the deal is now fully implemented, and spoke about the need for perseverance, about having a belief in diplomacy backed by deterrence, so perhaps offering a little bit of advice in the process to the man who will be President of the United States by this time tomorrow, Donald J. Trump. In a short on-schedule statement on his way to church in South Carolina, the President reminded us that, of course, it was his administration which put forward the deal, which is becoming a reality today. They proposed that way back in May of last year. But again, he spoke about this unprecedented level of cooperation between the outgoing administration and the incoming administration. We know that Joe Biden's Middle East envoy, Brett McGurk, has been in the region for months and months trying to get to this point. We also know that he's been joined in recent weeks by Steve Witkoff.
Think about it. If that ceasefire took place in May, Israel wouldn't have been able to demolish Hamas as much as it has. Biden's policy of kicking the can down the road would have made things worse. But he's trying to take credit because he's saying this ceasefire was the same as the one that was proposed in May. But a lot has happened between May and now. Now think about it. Hamas has been degraded radically. Many of the tunnel systems have been destroyed. Hezbollah has been demolished. And the fall of Syria. Do you think that the Northern Front would have happened if the ceasefire took place in May? Probably not. So let's stop giving some sort of adulation to Biden on proposing a ceasefire that was premature. I'll tell you, these liberals are fucking idiots. Completely fucking idiots. It's about timing. It's not about a policy per se, it's about timing. You could have a great policy that's not implemented at the correct time and it's a failure. Or the policy would be, or it could be a failure all the way through. But to try to pat yourself on the back, President Biden, on a peace deal that you tried to push in May, thank God it didn't go through. You know why? Because Esau wouldn't have been degraded as much on the battlefield. And this is the problem with the ultra-liberals. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. This is the problem with the ones that align themselves with Esau. And that is, you don't realize that what you are doing has a downstream effect that is negative for the world at large. And this is why the international community with their Westphalian bullshit is never going to work in the Middle East.
Who had to go into Gaza, obviously, to collect them from Hamas, hands over 3 hostages to the Israel Defense Forces. As you can see, they are chatting. There's a hug, a big, big hug to welcome those hostages. Pictures we didn't expect to see. In fact, we thought privacy was really what they were aiming for, but quite clearly these pictures from the Red Cross handing over 3 hostages free today to the Israeli military. Our coverage continues.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really.
All right, let me go to commercial because Sky News is in commercial right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these 2 supplements. They're very important to take together to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor for your cells, really important, and it will help to get cells to go into apoptosis if they are infected. That was the reason why it was so important to take during the cold season and during the crisis in 2020. In addition, vitamin D3 stacks with vitamin K2 and K7. Vitamin K2 and K7 will help with your bones and your cardiovascular health. All right? Now, of course, by taking D3 and K2 together, you're going to be able to soak up calcium, you do some resistance training, and you'll be able to build more bone density. But you got to do it every day, or most days, right? And you got to do it over a long period of time, like 5 years, because it takes that much time to remodel the matrix in your bones, okay? In addition, vitamin D3, K2 will also help to reduce plaque, all right, when you couple it with other supplements like C60, turmeric, ashwagandha, omega-3, nattokinase, all right? When you do that, you're with D3 and K2, you're kind of pulling out the calcium that has a tendency to build up around oxidized LDL and foam cells, all right? So please take my advice, take D3 and K2 together, do some resistance training, and build more bone density, really important when you get older, because there's many people that get older, they stop lifting weights when they're in their 40s or 50s, and by the time they're in their 60s or 70s, they fall, they break their hip, and boom, three weeks later, they're dead, all right? So you don't want to be in that category. You want strong bones, nice bone density, but it takes many years to be able to build up that density, because your bones remodel, all right? And as you get older, you're more osteoclasts than osteoblasts. And osteoclasts eat up bone, osteoblasts deposits bone. So when you're soaking up the calcium and you're doing some resistance training, you're stimulating more osteoblasts. And over time, you're going to start remodeling the matrix and having more bone density. Really important, okay? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin K2 and get the vitamin D3, use them together, take calcium supplements or drink milk, right? And do resistance training. And you do that for 5 years, you're going to have stronger bones, guaranteed. Nattokinase is another supplement you should be taking to help with your cardiovascular health. Nattokinase will help to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels, and break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. I've added this to my stack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. It stacks really well with the D3 and the K2 and the omega-3. NAD Plus is another supplement that I've added to my stack. Why? It boosts up your energy levels, helps with the health of your mitochondria. It repairs DNA damage in your cells, in your nucleus, and in your mitochondria. And NAD Plus helps to protect your neurons. When you get older, you need as many supplements as you can take and stimulate your brain as much as you can, and do balancing exercises and do some muscle training to stimulate your neurons. Really important. And taking supplements to protect those neurons, the peripheral and the central nervous system neurons. NAD plus will help you with that. So please take the NAD plus, improve your neural health. Ubiquinol, the highest bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. I have a very high quality supplement on my store. I've been taking Ubiquinol for a very long time, all right? And what it does is it's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals. It stacks well with C60. It also helps with the mitochondrial health, and it'll boost up your energy levels. Really important, because if you have low energy levels, your endocrine system doesn't work. If you have low energy levels, your immune system doesn't work. And if you have low energy levels, you just don't move around and you start to atrophy. So energy levels, more ATP is extremely important for anti-aging. Extremely important. This will help to boost up those energy levels. Stacks well with NAD+, stacks well with NAC, stacks well with C60, stacks well with resveratrol, all right? And ubiquinol is also neuroprotective. And like I said, as you get older, you need to protect your neurons. You need to do balancing exercises. You need to be doing stretching exercises. You need to be doing some weight training. And when you do that, you're activating your nervous system. You also need to train your body. You need not just your body, but your mind. Train your mind by learning new things, talking to people, reading and writing. Really important in mindfulness. Some spirituality will also help with brain function. So with that said, let's go to Al Jazeera here. Looks like they're off break.
Agreement. Meanwhile, desperately needed deliveries of aid have started to go into Gaza. The trucks are coming through the Rafah border crossing, carrying humanitarian supplies, including water, food, and fuel. The ceasefire deal requires 600 truckloads of aid to be allowed into Gaza daily. Our correspondents are monitoring these developments. Hamda Salhout is in Amman, Jordan. We'll be speaking to her in just a few minutes. But first, let's go to Tariq Abu Azoum. He's in Khan Yunis in Gaza. Tariq, first of all, let's start with the release of these 3 Israeli captives. And we saw there those pictures of suddenly Hamas fighters emerge. Things seem to go quite organized and smooth after 15 years of bombing. Tell us what happened on the ground.
Well, what happened today earlier in Gaza City, especially in Saraya Junction, which is considered to be one of the key central heart-beating areas of Gaza City, is that the military wing of Hamas has handed over 3 female Israeli captives in a situation and in a scene that could be absolutely beyond imagination. Simply, the military wing of Hamas has been engaging in battles with the Israeli occupation forces across many areas in the Strip, and they have appeared today in a sense of organizing the implementation of the deal and the exchange of the Israeli captives, and they were handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. We saw today that crowds of Palestinians have been gathering in the vicinity of the area around the fighters of the military wing of Hamas, showing and chanting for liberation and freedom, and they are witnessing the moment of the exchange as a vehicle that has been quite full of the military fighters have handed over today those 3 female captives to the to the International Committee of the Red Cross, and then later the ICRC has transferred them to the Israeli side, who later have transferred them to the family. So apparently, despite the significant blows that the military wing of Hamas has endured, they appear today as an organized force on the ground, which could have further signs in the foreseeable future that they are still existing as a military force, despite the Israeli claims that they managed to degrade their military capabilities and eradicate their military governance of the territory.
And Tariq, now the wait is on for Palestinian captives to be released. Take us through the tension that must be building for people waiting for news of their loved ones.
Well, in fact, now the vast majority of the Palestinian prisoners' families are waiting for the release of their beloved ones who spent years behind the Israeli bars. We understand that the vast majority of families have received notifications about the release of their beloved ones, and now they are waiting for the Israeli side to hand the Palestinian prisoners to the International Committee of the Red Cross later, to be sent to the areas that have been agreed upon by regional mediators and by both parts of the conflict. But it's absolutely more growing sentiment of cautious waiting, as they're waiting for this moment for more than 15 months, and they also understand that the cost of their freedom was absolutely significant. We are talking about thousands of Palestinians being killed, and thousands also of people have been injured. And now the Israeli captives who were released today will be exchanged with 90 Palestinian prisoners who are expected to be released today, and we are still, in fact, chasing and closely monitoring their release in order to build a proper picture for our viewers on the ground.
And Tariq, you spent part of the day at Rafah, that important crossing. Tell us what you saw in terms of the flow of aid.
Yes, we were touring between different areas in Rafah, and we saw a constant flow of humanitarian aid trucks to the Gaza Strip. They have entered the Gaza Strip throughout two main crossing points, and they are Rafah and Karm Abu Salam crossing. We saw different trucks loaded with gas, fuel, and also life-saving and much-needed humanitarian assistance, such as food, water, and medical supplies for the UNICEF and the WFP that absolutely are planned to be distributed later for displaced families and for Palestinians' barely functional hospitals. Now, based on the terms of the agreement, at least 600 trucks are expected to access Gaza during the days of agreement and the deal, and this is expected to match a part of the immense needs of Gaza's population.
All right, let's thank Tariq Abu Azoum there for reporting to us from right across Gaza today. Thanks so much. Let's take this now to Hamda Salhoud. She's in Amman because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from operating within the country. And Hamda, first of all, understand the Prime Minister has been, at least, I'm not sure if speaking is the right word, or appearing in videos. What's been coming out of that appearance?
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister spoke to the person in the Israeli military who is overseeing all of the captives' release and operations. And he briefed the Prime Minister about the well-being of the captives, additionally saying that they were crossing into Israeli territory. The Israeli Prime Minister relaying a message to him saying to tell those captives who have been released that the state of Israel is with them and will provide them with everything they need, but that additionally all of the captives will be released. This is one of the goals of Israel's war. Netanyahu says it's part of his mission, and he says that the primary thing that this deal will ensure is the release of the captives.
And we've seen now, or we've had confirmation of 3 Israeli captives returning to their families. Tell us what the reaction has been from the families of captives.
Certainly positive reaction, of course, and a sigh of relief, especially among the thousands of Israelis who were watching live. Daniel Hagari, the military spokesperson, announced that the 3 captives were now in Israeli hands, but the family members are saying that it cannot stop here after phase 1, that is, when only 33 captives would be released. They say that the deal needs to be seen through all 3 phases so that the 97, now 94 captives still in Gaza can be released as part of the deal. The Israeli military released images of the former captives crossing into Israeli territory in vehicles and then being handed over to Israeli forces. An initial identification check and initial medical exam before they will be flown to Sheba Hospital in central Israel to be reunited with their families. But the mothers of all 3 captives were at that military base where the captives were received, and they are saying that it is time for the rest of the captives to come back to Israel, not just the ones that were released today.
All right, good reporting there too. Thanks so much, Hamda Salhoud, keeping an eye on that situation from the perspective of what's happening in Israel. Let's bring in now Mustafa Barghouti, the Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative. He joins us here on set. Good to speak to you in person for a change, Dr. Mustafa. First of all, let me start with putting, taking a breath and a step back and putting this into context. That Gaza emerging after 15 months of what 36 UN experts on November the 16th, 2023 called a genocide in the making. What happens now? Who runs Gaza? Even if this deal holds together, what kind of administration emerges? And you have experience in Palestinian administrations. What's your take on that?
I think, first of all, the devastation is beyond description. We're talking about almost 90% destruction of all homes in the north of Gaza, and at least 80% in the rest of Gaza. So the challenge is huge. And the fact that we have lost approximately, I would say, 170,000 people between those who were killed and those who were injured, that leaves a very huge scar. The only solution is national unity. And the best solution is a very clear formula that we agreed about in Beijing, in the Beijing Agreement, which says that a national consensus government should be formed immediately.
But that hasn't happened, has it? And that's not part of this deal. So there is
no.
the Israeli
clarity here. It cannot be part of this deal because that's a matter that doesn't concern the Israelis in any way. It concerns us. There is no alternative to that. Any other formula, like bringing...
Is there a process going on for that?
Well, there is pressure going in that direction. We are talking about it, we are demanding it, we're speaking about it in the media. And the agreement is there, and it was signed by all the 14 Palestinian parties. There is no alternative to that, except de facto administration that will continue, because you can't leave the place for chaos. It's very dangerous.
So who coordinates, assuming we get to phase 3, of course, assuming we get to phase 3 of this deal, who coordinates with the international community for what phase 3 talks about in terms of reconstruction? Who deals with the incoming of money and
we need a body that has international legitimacy, that has legitimacy in the region, and that is capable of organizing and supporting the process of reconstruction. But that means there is no alternative to what I'm saying, that we need unity. And Hamas told us very clearly, they don't want to be the government, they don't want to be in the government, but they want a government that they can accept. And that's what we all agree about. A government that can cooperate with everybody.
Right.
And it would not be just a national consensus government forever. We're talking about interim stage till we have the right to have free democratic elections, and a right we have been deprived from for more than 19 years, for 20 years practically.
One wonders if we're going to get to that stage, given to what we've heard from the Israeli Prime Minister. Let's just remind ourselves, Mustafa and the viewers, and let's listen into what Benjamin Netanyahu had to say.
And the third principle is to maintain the Philadelphia axis and the security buffer zone. When I say maintaining the Philadelphia axis, not only are we not reducing the forces there, we will even increase them a little.
So when you hear the Israeli Prime Minister there saying that we're not withdrawing forces from Philadelphia, in fact, we're going to increase our forces in the Philadelphia corridor. He talked about Netzarim, he talked about not withdrawing from the buffer areas. I mean, all of that.
But that's not what the agreement says.
Well, that's my point, though. I mean, do you see a situation emerging here where maybe phase 1 will go through and then Israel will not complete withdrawals and the deal collapses?
That risk is there, and that's a very big risk that we have to stand up to. But I think the same objective factors that forced Netanyahu to accept this deal are still there. First of all, he will face even an increasing pressure from families of Israeli captives, demanding that the full release has to happen and that this agreement should be implemented completely and fully. Then he has, of course, the most decisive factor here is Trump, who has forced him practically to accept this deal. Well, did we have this deal ready back in July? Actually, back even in May.
May the 31st.
Yes, and it was the fault of President Biden, not just Netanyahu, that this deal did not go through. And Biden did not tell the truth when he claimed that it was the Palestinians who were obstructing. It was Netanyahu who obstructed the deal. So now, of course, it also depends on Trump whether he will also exercise pressure on Netanyahu to proceed.
Right.
And I think he should, because otherwise we will go back to the square number one. The lives of all Israeli prisoners would be completely in vain.
Just remember, like I said, if the ceasefire deal happened earlier, the gains on the battlefield for the Israelis would not have happened. And Hezbollah and Hamas would not be as degraded. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have 3 new supplements that are on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, that you should be taking to help you lose weight, gain muscle, get healthy. All right? It's a great way to do it. All right? And you can take them together or separately. It's up to you. Boomer Boost is a powder. You get a big scooper, you take it every day. All right? You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or with milk, or do kind of like a smoothie, mix it with food, take it every day. All right? This has 68 different nutrients. I can't read them all because it's too large to read in the video. Go to my website and take a look at the label. What this will do is it's going to help with your cardiovascular system. It's going to help you have more energy, increase your metabolism, help with your brain function, help build muscle. When you take this, after the 3rd day, you're going to start feeling that you got a lot more energy. Okay? That's really important because, like what I said, you need lots of ATP for other bodily systems to work properly. Right? And you get lots of different nutrients, so this is like a superfood. You take it in the morning or in the afternoon as a meal. All right? You mix it in a shake, or mix it with soft foods. What I do is I mix it with the hummus, right? So, you'll start to lose weight. Now, you can take it separately or you can take it with the barley. It's up to you. Now, if you take it with the barley, I built up a box on my store called Longevity Boost Box. And you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley. And it's at a discount. So if you're going to take the Boomer Boost with the barley, it's cheaper for you to get the Longevity Boost Box on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also use discount 5 and you get $5 off on top of that. And if you use discount 5 on any order, you get $5 off. But I've created it where I want you to get healthy. All right? It's the beginning of the year. This is a great way to do it. You can lose weight by doing this. You get lots of nutrients, and it's going to control your blood glucose levels, bring down inflammation, improve your muscle strength, improve your brain health, improve your cardiovascular health. Very important. All right, so please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Take it every day. Take it either in the morning or in the afternoon. It's probably better to take it in the morning. But you do this every day, all right? And you're exercising and using up some of that energy that you built up from this, you're going to start losing weight. And you're going to get healthier. And you're going to be able to control your blood glucose levels. And then you add other supplements to this that's from my store, and you're really going to supercharge. Now, you follow my plan. You follow my plan. My plan with the protocol, the anti-aging protocol, is better than Brian Johnson's plan. Now, someone would say, Brian Johnson is 47 years old and he looks, younger than you, Paul. Well, I'm, much older than Brian. But what he does with his skin is is light therapy that kind of anti-ages his skin. I don't do light therapy at all. None, zero light therapy. Now, maybe I should do light therapy, I don't know. But the thing is that from from the nutrients that are on my store. You take my protocol, it's a better protocol than what Brian Johnson's doing. All right? So, but you got to do it all. You can't just piecemeal it. Now, if you do it all like I'm doing, you're going to anti-age better than Brian Johnson. Now, if you add in the light therapy, you're going to improve your skin health too. I don't do light therapy. And that's the reason why he looks the way he does, is because of all the light therapy that he's doing. So, but the point here is that if you want to follow my lead and get healthy and slow down the aging process and have vitality, you can do it, but you got to follow my lead. You got to take the supplements. But a great way to start, a great way to augment what you're already doing, if you're not doing it now, is to take the Boomer Boost. This has some serious nutrients in it, and you're going to be able to lose weight, and you're going to get lots of energy. All right? And when you're in the gym or you're working out, you're going to see major gains. Now, you can also take separately the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Okay? And both will help to detoxify your body. The gladiator barley is more focused on strength, but you will, because this is a protein, you will gain strength with the heirloom barley, but it's a little bit more supercharged with the gladiator. So if you're more focused on building up some muscle and getting some strength, or you're in athletics of some sort, taking gladiator barley is a great way to do it. Now, both of them will help to reduce inflammation. Both will help to detoxify your body. But again, the gladiator is more for strength, but it will help to detoxify your body. The heirloom barley is more for detoxification, but it will also help to give you strength, all right? And they both will soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So you gain strength, reduce inflammation, detox. So take a few, a couple or a few little scoops of the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, mix it with a soft food, or mix it with filtered water or a smoothie, and that's a meal, all right? But it works really well when you stack it with the Boomer Boost and take it together. That's the right way to do it, and you really control your A1C levels, and you lose weight. So if you really want to get in shape, you want to get, healthy, you want to feel good and have the energy and slow down the aging process, do this, all right? Take them together. Now, if you're going to take them together, it is cheaper to get the Longevity Boost box on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you want to take them separately, you can purchase them separately too. It's up to you. But taking these powders, there's a big scooper for here. You take it once a day. You take a little scoop. You take maybe 2 to 4 little scoops, depending on your height, and boom, you got a superfood. You couple it with the other stuff that I'm doing, with the structural nanosilver, and detox with zeolite, and taking turmeric and ashwagandhas and the C60 to soak up those free radicals, and you really supercharge, and you're slowing down the aging process. You boost up your immune system, and you're improving your endocrine system. So I just gave you the formula to get healthy. Now, it's not cheap. I know that, and I've built up all these different price points, and I've told you how to stack certain things to meet your needs and to meet your budget to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost, get the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, and boom, you got a superfood. And you're going to lose weight. And this is way cheaper. If you're taking this for, let's say, breakfast, then, taking your normal breakfast that you're eating at McDonald's or whatever. All right? So please go to my store, take my advice, follow my protocol, and you are going to slow down the aging process. My protocol that I take is better than Brian Johnson's. It's better. Now, the thing that he does that I don't do is light therapy. All right, so with that said, let's go to Al Jazeera.
It found out that those 3 Israeli hostages had been released. Listen to what he said.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got there without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal. I was pleased to have our team speak as one voice in the final days.
So joining me on set are Bernard Hudson, former CIA chief of counterterrorism. And what that means is exactly what it says on the box. You oversaw all aspects of the CIA's efforts in the global war on terrorism. This was in the 2016-2017 years. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. Marco Vincenzino is also with us. It's great to see you in person. I normally talk to you from Doha. You're a global strategy advisor focusing on the Middle East and global geopolitics. What are you seeing, Bernard, given your extensive CIA and counterterrorism experience? We just want your thoughts on everything that you've seen today.
So one, it's a remarkably positive development, as fragile as it may be. The opportunity to find, at least get a status update and return some of the hostages who've been missing for 15, 16 months now. The real challenge for security services in a situation like this is making sure that nothing surprising in a bad way happens that derails the ceasefire that we're currently in.
What is the CIA's involvement? Does the CIA have any involvement in what we're seeing now?
So generally speaking, for terrorism-related incidents and hostage events in Israel, the West Bank, or Gaza, Israel, which is a close ally of U.S. security services, takes the lead on those. The American security services would support them, but the Israelis would be in the lead.
You know why I ask is because there are U.S. nationals among the hostages, and Joe Biden has said we want the Americans out. Donald Trump has said we want to bring the Americans back. So that's why I asked whether the CIA would have a little bit more of a direct involvement.
So American intelligence would clearly be watching for any information about the situation and disposition of hostages. You use the best resources available, and Israel has impressive counterterrorism capabilities, impressive intelligence capabilities. The Americans would work very carefully with the Israelis, but would defer to them for events on the ground near their borders.
So Israeli intelligence and the Israeli military and the Israeli apparatus in general handles it. Americans are sort of standing back.
They're involved. They're meaningfully involved, but they would probably defer to the Israelis on most operational matters.
Okay. I have a question for you on negotiating this kind of deal in just a moment, specifically as relates to Steve Witkoff. But let's bring in Marco. What are you seeing today, and how likely do you think this actually is the beginning of the end of the war?
So we're living this sustained in history. Decades, it's often it takes, decades and nothing happens. And then you have weeks when decades happens. We're living in historic times, particularly in the Middle East and many parts of the world. In my opinion, if you look at this ceasefire, obviously it's very fragile, in a very fragile region, and in a broader world that's very fragile and fragmented. So the question is one optimistic? You saw people will express cautious optimism. That's what many diplomatically, at least, are saying in rhetoric. Many behind the scenes remain very pessimistic, but I think it's important to realize to be realistic. And I'm talking about a raw realism. And the question is that with Trump coming into power, will he declare, this is a diplomatic victory that he can claim, but will he claim a diplomatic victory, secure the release of the U.S. citizens, and move on? That's one way of thinking of it. Another possible way of question is, will he remain engaged, and at what diplomatic cost? So he has to make an assessment. Obviously, he has the war in Ukraine for him is the top of the priority list, together with the relationship with China, tense relationships with China. So I think for this he's got to ask himself a question. If he really wants to expand the Abraham Accords, i.e. getting that grand bargain with Saudi Arabia.
So by the way, that's Arab countries that have signed normalization deals with Israel. That means they recognize Israel, they can start trading with Israel instead of Israel being a pariah. So Israel has a peace treaty with Egypt, Jordan, and now thanks to dates back decades.
If he wants to expand and to include Saudi Arabia and other players, he's going to have to inject and invest a fair amount of diplomatic capital. But if he can achieve something, that's another major feather in his cap as part of a broader legacy.
Just before we go back to this, the broader picture of the region, I brought in Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's regional Mideast envoy. And so even before Donald Trump became president, he's been involved the last few weeks, since early January, in this hostage negotiation deal. He went to Doha. He went to Israel, met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He was physically present in the negotiations. The Qataris have told us as much. The man is a former real estate mogul. Should we be surprised?
So I think, Mr. Trump's second administration is going to probably be full of a lot of personnel surprises. And in Mr. Witkoff's case, you can sort of imagine that the Biden administration understands that this is their deal to make. They have the authority to make it. There's only one government at a time. But that the Trump administration was going to have to live with the results. So I believe they made a smart decision to bring in somebody trusted by Donald Trump to be meaningfully involved in the process so that there's no drop in the negotiations, especially given that American hostages are among the missing.
All right, but this was not what I mean is this man, Stephen Witkoff, was not a hostage negotiator, was not a career diplomat.
And surprisingly, by all accounts, has been a meaningfully positive player in this. But would not normally be your first choice to put in a hostage negotiation team.
So big picture, 22 hours from now, Donald Trump becomes president, and he's got a Middle East that is in flux. That means there is more opportunity for the U.S. to shape events than perhaps there has been in the past. Do you have a good understanding of what Donald Trump wants from the Middle East? If he could have his way, what would it look like? Specifically Israel, Gaza, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
I think the Middle East is going to be competing with a lot of other things on a very crowded table. It's very different than it was when Donald Trump left office. Ukraine, China, even the Middle East strategically has changed a lot. And the most important change is frankly the diminishment of Iran's capabilities. So when Donald Trump left office, Iran was still, a negotiated, reduced ability to get nuclear weapons, but it had many proxy forces in the region that were quite capable. Today, as he takes office, there's no ally in Damascus for Iran. Their Lebanese Hezbollah ally has been greatly diminished. And the Iranian military itself has been shown to be seriously deficient in air power and air defense. So I think for the Trump team, while Gaza is the news of the day, the strategic changes on Iran are the enduring factor that they're going to have to face when they try to shape events in the Middle East. And as you said, I think for the last 18 months or so, there's been a sense in the world that the U.S. administration has not been really driving events in the Middle East, been trying to catch up. I would imagine that with the ceasefire in Gaza, it's an opportunity for the Americans to reassert this. I think the thing to look at in the near term is Yemen. I suspect Donald Trump will not appreciate having the U.S. Navy in a military standoff at sea with a tribal militia from Yemen, which is where we are right now. And as early as today, there was a missile shot at a U.S. ship in the Red Sea. If that happens tomorrow, we'll be in a different situation with that in the Red Sea than we are now.
Marco, I'm hearing from that two big question marks. On Yemen, yes, and on Iran, which is possibly, I think, a much bigger issue even than Yemen and the Houthis firing at ships in the Red Sea. Do you think that Donald Trump's looking at this moment as an opportunity to reconfigure the relationship with Iran? I don't know if that means a war. I don't know if that means a negotiation.
Like you said, he inherits, when he left office in January of 2021, it's a far different world than the world that he inherits now. I mean, that's clear. So for him, it's about striking a deal, but a deal that can be effective and it can be historic. Now, Iran is down in the region, but it's not out. Its affiliates in Yemen cause a lot of damage for global trade and stability. All the trade going through the Red Sea into the Indian Ocean.
It's 2 more weeks for ships to go or basically around Africa instead of going through the Red Sea, which means increased costs, increased insurance costs, ultimately also increased costs for customers.
And it also makes him look bad if he doesn't do something about it. An image is that he wants to create that or restore a perception of strength. And having, like you said, the Houthis in Yemen, it's very much, it damages that perception. He's constantly throughout the campaign talking about making America great again. That's not just domestically, but restoring deterrence internationally, fear and respect for America. And when you have the Houthis doing what they're doing, that's a sticking point. So I think, yes, he'll do what he thinks is necessary in order to try to at least manage the situation there, downgrade them as much as possible. But going to your question about Iran specifically, remember, with North Korea, he was thinking out of the box. He had a few summits with the North Korean leader. Okay, maybe it didn't lead to much afterwards, the results, but it demonstrates that he has that ability to think beyond the box and to defy expectations and defy mainstream thinking. So to think that a grand bargain with Iran can be possible, with Trump thinking out of the box, yes, I think so. There is a chance there for something. Iran is weakened economically, diplomatically, politically at home and throughout the region. So this may be an opportunity for them, but it's going to take a lot for them. What's going to be asked of them? Denuclearization, ceasing all activity. Well, it ceased many activities because it had to, not by choice, but by necessity. But it can still cause trouble in the region. And if those sticking points, and there's many other issues, but I would say primarily those sticking points, if they're willing to negotiate on that in a very credible way, something potentially could be possible.
Marco Vincenzino, Bernard Hudson, thank you very much to both of you for joining us in the Al Jazeera News Hour.
All right, that's going to be the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening. Just to remind everybody, make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I have X, 2 channels, and GETTR, 1 channel. Please follow me. You can also follow me on Podomatic and Apple Podcast. You can follow the streams on YouTube, Rumble, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for the people that were on X Spaces listening in. Just a reminder for the ones that are watching the live streams, you can join on X Spaces and do a call-in and give me your perspective. Don't be shy. You know, it's about it being interactive with the audience. That's the whole purpose of the show. So thank you for listening. Thank you for watching throughout this transmission. Thankfully, there are people that are coming home on both sides, hostages on both sides, all right? The world being at peace, lasting peace, is what everybody wants. But the realization that it's about lasting peace, not short-term ceasefire type peace, lasting peace. And the realization that there is a soul root that is extremely evil, and that evil soul root needs to be rooted out. And that's the negative side of Esau. So let's stop playing footsies. Let's stop pretending that, just give peace a chance, because if you don't eliminate evil, you still have evil. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.